Somewhere inside you, long before any thought has formed, a small relay of proteins is deciding when you will wake tomorrow. It does not ask permission. It does not know your name, your schedule, the alarm you set, or the hour you promised yourself you would finally go to bed. It runs on its own ancient timetable, ticking forward in the dark the way it has ticked forward for longer than language has existed, longer than fire was tame, longer than the idea of a house with a door that closes. This particular rhythm did not begin with you. It did not begin with your parents, or their parents, or any of the names that survive in family records. It began somewhere on a cold, wind-scoured plain in Ice Age Europe, inside a body that was not quite human in the way we use that word today, and not quite separate from it either. A body built thick through the chest, heavy in the brow, accustomed to short grey winters and long uncertain dusks. That body's gone. It has been gone for 40,000 years, and yet something of it is still awake right now, somewhere behind your eyes, quietly setting the tempo of your night. Scientists call it introgression, the technical word for a gene slipping from one population into another through generations of contact, kinship, and time. Most people just call it inheritance. Tonight we're going looking for one small, specific piece of that inheritance. A fragment of code smaller than a sentence passed down through tens of thousands of years of cold nights and short days, still living quietly inside a great many people who have never once thought to ask where their sleep comes from. Settle back, let your shoulders soften into whatever is holding you, and let the breath slow on its own. There is nowhere else to be right now. We're simply going to follow one gene backward through the dark, all the way to the people who first carried it, and then forward again, all the way to tonight, to this room, to you. If you enjoy listening to sleepy prehistoric dinosaur stories like this, subscribe. I post stories like this weekly. Before we begin in earnest, it helps to understand what kind of story this actually is. It is not a story about monsters or extinction or anything that should quicken your pulse. It is closer to a story about furniture, the quiet, structural kind that has been sitting inside the house of your body for your entire life, so familiar that you stopped noticing it was there at all. Every person reading or listening to this carries somewhere between roughly 1.5% and 4% Neanderthal DNA in their genome, if their ancestry traces back through Europe, Asia, or anywhere outside of Africa. It is scattered unevenly through the chromosomes in small surviving fragments, like sand left behind after a tide has long since gone out. Most of it does very little that anyone would notice. A little of it shapes the geometry of a nose, or the thickness of hair, or the way a callus forms on skin exposed to sun. And a little more of it, the part this story is built around, appears to still be quietly running parts of the system that decides when your body wants to sleep and when it wants to wake. This is not metaphor, it is measurable. Geneticists have compared the DNA recovered from Neanderthal bones, some of it tens of thousands of years old, against the genomes of hundreds of thousands of living people, and found specific, repeatable patterns. People who carry certain Neanderthal-derived variants near the genes that regulate the body clock are, on average, more likely to describe themselves as early risers, more likely to fall asleep early and wake before the rest of the household stirs, more likely, in other words, to carry forward a rhythm that was useful on a cold northern plain 40,000 years ago, whether or not it is useful to them now, lying in a warm bed under electric light that their ancestors never once had to account for. Tonight, we're going to trace that rhythm all the way back. We will walk briefly through the world the Neanderthals actually lived in, the light, the cold, the long seasonal dark of high-latitude Europe, because the gene cannot be understood apart from the world that shaped it. Then we will follow the strange, intimate moment when two different kinds of humans met, long enough and closely enough to leave descendants. From there, we will move gene by gene through what actually survived. The clock genes, the pain genes, the skin and blood and mood genes, each one a small inherited echo of a world that no longer exists, but that your body, in its own quiet way, still seems to remember. There is no test at the end of this. No need to retain a single name or number. The information will arrive slowly, the way information is meant to arrive at this hour. Softened, unhurried, easy to release. All you need to do is keep breathing slowly and let the story carry the rest. To understand a gene, you first have to understand the world that selected for it. Genes are not written in a vacuum. They are sculpted, generation after generation, by whatever happens to keep a body alive a little longer, a little more reliably, in one particular place. So before we can talk about the gene itself, we need to walk, briefly and gently, into the world where it first proved useful, a Europe that looked almost nothing like the one that exists today. Imagine a landscape somewhere between 400,000 and 40,000 years ago, stretching from what is now Portugal in the west to Siberia in the east. Ice sheets crept and retreated across the northern reaches in long, slow pulses, sometimes locking entire seas into white stillness, sometimes withdrawing just far enough to reveal river valleys thick with grass and birch. The climate did not hold steady the way modern memory likes to imagine the past holding steady. It lurched decade by decade, century by century, between cold and colder, between short grim winters and brief green summers that never quite warmed all the way through. Daylight itself behaved differently here than it does near the equator. At these latitudes, the sun does not rise and set with the polite regularity people closer to the tropics take for granted. Winter days can shrink to only a handful of usable hours of light, the sun barely clearing the horizon before sinking again, while summer stretches the opposite way, daylight lingering long into what should be night. A body living here for tens of thousands of years did not just experience the seasons. It had to anticipate them, had to keep some kind of internal accounting of how quickly the light was changing, in order to know when to move, when to store fat, when to expect the herds to shift their grazing grounds. Into this world walked Homo neanderthalensis, a population that had likely branched away from the ancestors of modern humans, somewhere between 500,000 and 700,000 years earlier, evolving in relative isolation across Ice Age Eurasia, while the lineage that would become us continued developing in Africa. By the time the two populations would eventually meet, the Neanderthals had already been shaped by hundreds of thousands of years of cold latitude living. Their bodies tell the story plainly enough in bone. They were built low and dense, shorter on average than the modern humans who would later arrive from the south, with a broader rib cage, a wider pelvis, and limbs proportioned for retaining heat rather than dissipating it. Short forearms relative to the upper arm, short shins relative to the thigh, the same general body plan seen today in populations adapted to extreme cold. This is simple thermodynamics. A compact rounded body loses heat more slowly than a long lean one, the same reason a curled animal stays warmer than a stretched one. Over hundreds of thousands of years in a cold climate, that difference compounds into survival. Their faces carried the same logic. A protruding midface and a large nasal cavity, likely useful for warming and humidifying frigid air before it ever reached the lungs. Heavy brow ridges, a receding chin, a skull slightly longer and lower than the rounded modern cranium familiar to us now, though housing, on average, a brain at least as large as our own, in some measurements slightly larger. None of these were primitive features waiting to be improved upon. They were a coherent, functional answer to a specific environmental problem: how to keep a body warm and alert through winters that modern people, in their heated rooms, can barely imagine. And their eyes were unusually large. This detail, confirmed by careful comparative work on Neanderthal skulls and orbit sizes, turns out to matter enormously for the story we're telling tonight, though its full significance was not appreciated until fairly recently. Researchers studying the relationship between orbit size, visual processing, and skull anatomy have proposed that Neanderthals likely devoted a larger portion of their brain to processing visual information, possibly an adaptation to the dim, low-light conditions of high-latitude Europe, where usable daylight during winter months could be thin and precious, and every hour of visibility mattered. A body devoting more neural real estate to vision, operating in an environment where light itself was scarce and seasonal, is a body under strong pressure to track light with precision. Not casually, not the way someone glances at a clock in passing. Precisely, biologically, the way a plant tracks the angle of the sun. This is the quiet beginning of our story. Not a single gene yet, but a population living under conditions that rewarded an unusually tight relationship between the body and the rhythm of daylight. There is something worth sitting with here before we move forward. We tend to imagine the Neanderthals, when we imagine them at all, through a long shadow of outdated caricature, hunched, brutish, barely managing. The actual picture emerging from decades of careful excavation looks almost nothing like that. These were people who controlled fire reliably, who treated their dead with apparent care, who made tools requiring real foresight and planning across multiple stages, who likely produced symbolic markings in caves in Spain tens of thousands of years before modern humans are known to have arrived there. They were not a failed draft of humanity. They were a fully realized version of it, shaped by a different set of pressures than the ones that shaped the African lineage that would eventually become the rest of us. One of those pressures, patient and unglamorous, was simply light, or rather, the lack of it, arriving on a punishing seasonal schedule year after year for hundreds of thousands of years. A body that anticipates dawn slightly early, that begins winding down slightly early in the evening, that treats the available daylight as a resource too precious to sleep through, would have had a quiet, compounding advantage in this world. Not a dramatic one, not the kind of advantage that saves a single dramatic moment. The slow kind, the kind that simply means slightly more food gathered, slightly more warmth conserved, slightly more offspring raised to adulthood, generation after generation after generation, until the trait is simply what the population looks like. Consider, too, what the actual rhythm of a day would have demanded of a body living this way. Without artificial light beyond the soft, flickering reach of a hearth fire, the available hours for gathering food, scouting terrain, repairing tools, and teaching children were strictly bounded by the sun. In high summer, this would have meant long stretches of nearly continuous usable light at higher latitudes, daylight lingering well past what modern city dwellers would consider evening. In deep winter, the opposite extreme. Short, precious windows of grey daylight bracketed by long hours of cold darkness, during which very little outdoor activity was possible or safe. A body that wasted the short winter daylight by sleeping too far into the morning would have been at a real, measurable disadvantage compared to one that woke promptly with the first usable light and made full use of every available hour. This kind of pressure does not act on a single generation. It accumulates slowly the way water shapes stone, across hundreds of thousands of years and tens of thousands of generations. A slight tendency to wake earlier, repeated across that vast span of time, compounds into a population-wide trait, embedded so deeply in the genome that it becomes, in effect, part of the body's basic architecture rather than a behavior anyone consciously chooses. The Neanderthals were not choosing to be morning people any more than a person today consciously chooses the color of their eyes. The trait had simply become woven into what their bodies were. There is also the matter of temperature regulation overnight, which connects more directly to sleep than it might first appear. A body adapted to a cold climate tends to experience a sharper, more pronounced drop in core temperature as night falls, a physiological shift closely tied to the release of melatonin and the onset of sleep itself. Researchers studying cold-adapted modern populations have noted that this temperature drop, and the sleep architecture associated with it, tends to be both faster and deeper than in populations adapted to warmer, more stable climates. It is reasonable, though admittedly difficult to prove directly from fossil evidence alone, that a similar pattern existed in Neanderthal physiology, reinforcing the same early-to-bed, early-to-rise tendency that the available daylight was already selecting for. None of this would have felt to the people living it like anything unusual. It would simply have been what a day was. Wake with the grey light. Move while the light lasted. Settle back toward the fire as the cold deepened and the light thinned away. A rhythm so consistent, repeated across so many tens of thousands of years, that it eventually stopped being a behavior and became, instead, a property of the body itself, written directly into the molecules that regulate sleep and waking. We do not know, and likely never will know with certainty, what it actually felt like to be a Neanderthal waking in the grey hour before sunrise in a cave above a river valley in what is now southern France, 50,000 years ago. We cannot recover the texture of that consciousness, but we can recover, with surprising precision, fragments of the biological machinery that consciousness was running on, and that machinery, as we will see, did not simply vanish when the Neanderthals themselves disappeared from the fossil record around 40,000 years ago. It went somewhere else first. Before the lineage ended, before the last small isolated populations faded out in places like Gibraltar and the Iberian Peninsula, something happened that would carry pieces of this northern, light-anticipating body plan forward into an entirely different population. Not through fossils, not through stone tools or cave paintings, through something far more intimate and far more lasting. That meeting is where we go next. Somewhere around 60,000 years ago, give or take a margin of several thousand years that geneticists are still refining, a population of anatomically modern humans began moving out of Africa in numbers large enough and across enough generations to leave a lasting genetic signature on everyone descended from them. They were not the first humans to leave the African continent. Earlier, smaller migrations had come and gone, leaving little lasting trace. But this wave persisted, spreading slowly east and north into a Eurasian landscape that was very much not empty. It was already occupied. Neanderthal populations had been living across Europe and Western Asia for several 100,000 years by this point, fully adapted to the terrain, the climate, the available game, and somewhere in the regions where these two populations' ranges began to overlap, likely the Levant first and later other contact zones across Eurasia, they encountered one another, not as a single dramatic meeting, as many small, scattered, repeated meetings, unfolding across thousands of years and an enormous geographic range, the way two slowly moving populations of people inevitably brush against each other again and again over deep time. We will probably never know the texture of those individual encounters, whether they were cautious or easy, whether they involved trade of tools or knowledge of terrain, whether kinship formed quickly or slowly. What we do know, with total genetic certainty, is that they were close enough and frequent enough to result in children. Children who carried genetic material from both populations, who grew up, and who in turn had children of their own, carrying that mixed inheritance forward into the deepening human story. This was not a single event. Genomic evidence increasingly suggests multiple distinct waves of interbreeding, occurring at different points and in different regions, as modern human populations continued moving through Eurasia over thousands of years. Some populations encountered Neanderthals more than once, picking up additional genetic material in later waves of contact. Others, the ancestors of people who remained within Africa, never went through this experience at all, which is why people of primarily African ancestry today carry, on average, dramatically less, or in some cases negligible amounts of Neanderthal-derived DNA, compared to people whose ancestry traces through Europe, Asia, or the Americas. Try to imagine, gently, what that contact might have looked like in its quietest, most ordinary form. Not conquest, not collision, but proximity sustained long enough for two different kinds of humans to become, briefly and then permanently, one extended and overlapping family. A fire shared on a cold night in a river valley. The exchange of a tool, a gesture, a child eventually born who belonged fully to neither group and fully to both. This is, after all, simply how genes move between any two populations capable of producing fertile offspring together. It is unremarkable in mechanism even while it remains remarkable in consequence. The consequence, for our purposes tonight, is this. For a period of generations, two human populations who had been separated for somewhere between 500,000 and 700,000 years of independent evolution were, once again, exchanging genetic material. Every difference accumulated across that immense span of separate evolutionary time, the cold adapted body plan, the wide chest, the careful relationship to seasonal light, the slightly different immune defences built up against pathogens specific to Ice Age Eurasia, all of it became, for a brief window, available to flow into the expanding modern human population. Most of it did not survive the journey. This is an important and often overlooked part of the story. Natural selection did not simply wave Neanderthal DNA through wholesale. Over the tens of thousands of years that followed the interbreeding events, a great deal of Neanderthal-derived genetic material was actively filtered out of the modern human population because it proved incompatible, redundant, or mildly harmful in combination with the rest of the modern human genome. Entire stretches of the genome, including most of the Y chromosome and large portions of the X chromosome, show almost no surviving Neanderthal ancestry at all in present-day people. Geneticists call these regions Neanderthal deserts, and their existence tells us something quietly important. That hybridization between the two populations, while clearly successful enough to leave a lasting genetic mark, was not entirely seamless. Some combinations of genes simply did not work well together, perhaps affecting fertility, perhaps affecting development, and those combinations were gradually weeded out over thousands of generations. But other fragments were not weeded out. Some pieces of Neanderthal DNA were neutral enough or useful enough that they persisted, generation after generation, quietly riding along inside the modern human genome as it spread across every continent except Africa. Genes related to skin and hair texture, genes related to immune response against pathogens the incoming African population had never previously encountered, and, threaded carefully through this surviving material, genes connected to the regulation of the body's daily rhythm. It is worth pausing here on something almost poetic about this particular category of surviving genes. The clock genes, the genes tied to when a body wants to sleep and when it wants to wake, were not simply neutral baggage carried along by accident. There is a growing body of evidence drawn from very large modern genetic databases that these particular variants were retained at notably higher frequencies than would be expected if they were doing nothing at all. Something about them appears to have continued to be useful, even after the migration out of Africa was long complete, even after the descendants of that interbreeding had scattered across deserts and coastlines, and river deltas that looked nothing like the cold, high-latitude world the genes originally evolved in. Why would that be? Why would a gene tuned to anticipate the brutal seasonal light cycles of Ice Age Europe remain useful to a population spreading into entirely different climates? The honest answer is that researchers are still working this out in detail, but the leading explanation is elegantly simple. Much of non-African Eurasia, the very regions these modern human populations were expanding into, also sits at relatively high latitude, also experiences strong seasonal swings in daylight, also rewards a body clock capable of shifting flexibly and quickly with the changing year. The Neanderthal-derived circadian variants were not, it turns out, narrowly specialized to one particular landscape. They encoded something more general and more durable, an unusually responsive relationship between the internal clock and the external light cycle, useful in any environment where the length of the day genuinely matters. So the gene did not simply survive by accident. It survived in part because it kept doing useful work quietly, generation after generation, in landscape after landscape, long after the population that first carried it had vanished entirely from the world. We are going to spend the rest of this story following that single thread closely, not the whole sprawling genetic inheritance left behind by Neanderthals, which touches everything from immune function to depression risk to the texture of hair, though we will visit several of those other threads too before the night is through. Mostly we're going to follow the clock, the actual biological machinery, sitting quietly inside a great many people listening to this right now, that still, in some small but measurable way, remembers the cold dawns of an ice age that ended 40,000 years ago. To understand how that machinery works, we need to go inside the body itself, down past skin and bone, into the tiny molecular clock that every cell in your body is quietly running, whether you have ever once thought about it or not. Every cell in your body keeps time. This is one of those facts that sounds almost too strange to be literally true, and yet it is one of the most well-established findings in modern biology. Inside nearly every cell, a small set of genes works in a continuous feedback loop, switching each other on and off in a cycle that takes, with remarkable consistency, close to 24 hours to complete. Proteins build up across the day, eventually accumulate enough to suppress the very genes that produced them, slowly degrade through the night, and then release that suppression again, allowing the cycle to begin once more. This loop is called the molecular clock, and it runs in your liver, your skin, your heart muscle, almost everywhere, each cell keeping roughly the same time as its neighbours. All of those individual cellular clocks are coordinated by a master timekeeper, a small cluster of around 20,000 neurons sitting deep in the brain, just above the point where the optic nerves cross, called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. This structure receives direct input from specialized cells in the retina that do nothing but report on ambient light level, separate entirely from the cells responsible for actual vision. The suprachiasmatic nucleus uses that light information to gently adjust the timing of the master clock each day, nudging it slightly earlier when dawn comes early, slightly later when dawn comes late, keeping the whole body synchronized with the actual rotation of the planet. This system evolved long before humans existed, long before mammals existed, in some form reaching back to the earliest light-sensitive organisms on Earth. But the specific way it is tuned, how strongly it responds to changing light, how quickly it can shift to match a new season, how early or late it tends to settle relative to actual sunrise, all of that varies meaningfully from person to person, and that variation has a genetic basis. This is what researchers mean by chronotype, the tendency of a particular body to lean toward mornings or toward evenings, toward early waking or late waking, independent of habit, willpower, or what time an alarm happens to be set for. In December of 2023, a research team led by the geneticist John Capra, working alongside colleagues including Tony Capra and a wider group of collaborators, published a study that brought all of this directly back to the Neanderthal story. The team had spent years cataloguing 246 genes known to be involved in regulating the circadian clock, and then comparing the versions of those genes found in Neanderthal and Denisovan fossil DNA against the versions found in tens of thousands of present-day people. What they were looking for was simple to describe and extraordinarily difficult to actually find: evidence that specific circadian gene variants had moved from Neanderthals into modern humans through interbreeding, and evidence that those variants were still doing something measurable in people alive today. They found both. Using large genetic health databases, including the UK Biobank, which contains genetic information paired with self-reported lifestyle data for several 100,000 volunteers, the team was able to ask a very direct question. Among people who carry Neanderthal-derived variants near the known circadian genes, are they more or less likely to describe themselves on a simple questionnaire as a morning person? The answer, across the data set, leaned consistently in one direction. People carrying these particular Neanderthal-derived variants were more likely to identify as early risers, not universally, not in every single individual case, because human chronotype is influenced by dozens or hundreds of genetic factors working together along with environment and habit, but as a clear, statistically reliable trend across a very large population. The effect of any single variant was modest, the kind of nudge that shifts a population average by minutes rather than hours, but the pattern held up again and again across the genes the team examined, almost all leaning in the same morningward direction. What makes this finding particularly interesting is not just that it exists, but what it implies about the original purpose of these variants. The team proposed a specific evolutionary explanation, one rooted directly in the world we walked through a few minutes ago. At higher latitudes, daylight does not behave the way it does near the equator. It swings dramatically across the seasons, summer days stretching long, winter days shrinking short, and a body's internal clock needs to be capable of tracking and adjusting to that swing with some precision in order to actually be useful. A circadian system that runs slightly faster, that resets a little more readily to each day's actual sunrise, is better equipped to keep pace with that seasonal swing than one that runs on a stricter, slower internal schedule. Neanderthals, having lived at high latitude for hundreds of thousands of years before modern humans ever arrived in Europe, would have been under sustained compounding pressure to develop exactly this kind of flexible, fast-adjusting clock. And when their descendants, carried forward through interbreeding into the expanding modern human population, brought pieces of that clock with them, they were bringing along a genuinely useful adaptation, not a relic, a tool already road-tested across hundreds of thousands of years of cold, variable, high-latitude living, ready to keep working in the new populations that inherited it. There is something worth sitting with quietly here, in the dark, while this settles in. The specific feeling of being a morning person, waking before the alarm, feeling alert in the grey hour before sunrise, struggling to stay sharp much past early evening, is not simply a personality trait, or a habit formed in childhood, or a matter of discipline. For a meaningful number of people, it traces back, at least in part, to a handful of molecules first shaped by natural selection, in a population that no longer exists, refined across hundreds of thousands of years on a cold continent, carried forward through a series of intimate meetings between two different kinds of humans tens of thousands of years ago, and still, tonight, quietly running in the background of an ordinary body trying to fall asleep. It is not destiny. A single inherited variant does not override the dozens of other genetic and environmental factors that shape any individual's actual sleep pattern, and plenty of people who carry these Neanderthal-derived variants are not early risers at all, just as plenty of people without them are. Genetics rarely works in absolutes. It works in gentle, accumulating tendencies, nudging probabilities this way or that across millions of individuals. But the tendency itself, measured carefully across very large populations, is real, repeatable, and traceable to a specific and identifiable ancestral source. The clock you carry, in other words, may be older than you have ever imagined. Not metaphorically older, literally mechanically older, built from parts first assembled in a body that lived and died on a frozen plain in Ice Age Europe, long before anyone alive today had a single named ancestor. And the clock, as it turns out, is only the first piece of the story. The same population that handed down this rhythm also left behind quieter, stranger inheritances, in how pain is felt, in how skin responds to sun, in the deep architecture of mood itself. We will walk through each of those in turn. But first, it helps to understand a little more about why the Neanderthal clock was tuned the particular way it was tuned, because the answer reaches back even further than interbreeding, into the slow geography of an entire continent's changing light. There is a detail in the 2023 study worth returning to slowly, because it explains so much of what follows tonight. The researchers did not simply find that Neanderthal DNA correlated with morningness. They found that the strength of that correlation tracked with something specific: latitude. Populations whose ancestors lived further north, where the seasonal swing between long summer days and short winter days is most extreme, showed the clearest signal. This is exactly the pattern you would expect if the underlying trait had been shaped by selection for tracking seasonal daylight, rather than by chance alone. Tony Capra, the study's senior author, explained the logic plainly in interviews following the paper's publication. At higher latitudes, he noted, it is beneficial to have a body clock better able to anticipate and adjust to changing seasonal light levels. A faster-running internal clock, one that resets more readily each day, makes an individual more likely to rise early and stay attuned to a daylight schedule that is constantly shifting beneath them. This is not a uniquely human insight. Biologists have documented similar adaptations in other species that range across wide bands of latitude. From migratory birds to small mammals, each population's circadian machinery quietly tuned to the particular rhythm of the light where it lives. What makes the Neanderthal case so striking is the evidence trail behind it. The team did not rely on guesswork about ancient behavior. They used machine learning methods trained to predict how DNA sequences affect gene splicing and regulation, applying those models directly to recovered Neanderthal and Denisovan genomes. This allowed them to estimate with far more confidence than earlier studies how the actual functioning of circadian genes likely differed between archaic humans and the population that would become us. They identified roughly 24 circadian genes containing variants with the potential to alter splicing in archaic genomes, and over a dozen more likely to be regulated differently between archaic and modern humans, evidence of a circadian system tuned just differently enough to matter. From there, the team turned to one of the largest genetic resources available to modern science, the UK Biobank, a database holding genetic information alongside detailed health and lifestyle data for roughly 500,000 volunteers. Because so many of those volunteers had answered a simple self-assessment question about whether they considered themselves a morning person or an evening person, the researchers had, in effect, the largest possible testing ground for whether ancient Neanderthal variants still influenced modern sleep preference. The pattern they found held up not just in a handful of cases, but across the population at scale. It is worth being precise about what this kind of finding actually means, because population genetics is easy to overstate. No single gene determines whether any one specific person wakes at 5 in the morning or 11. Chronotype is influenced by an enormous number of genetic variants working together, alongside environment, age, light exposure, work schedule, and simple habit. What the Capra team found was a statistical tilt, consistent and repeatable across a very large sample, in which carrying specific Neanderthal-derived variants nudged the population average slightly toward earlier waking. A tilt, not a verdict. The kind of effect that becomes visible only when you have hundreds of thousands of people to look across, even though it is, at the level of any single inherited fragment of DNA, real and traceable to a specific ancestral source. A separate, much larger genome-wide study published a few years earlier, examining chronotype across nearly 700,000 individuals from the UK Biobank and the genetic testing company 23andMe, found that the number of identifiable genetic locations associated with morningness had grown, with improved methods and larger sample sizes, from 24 known locations to 351. Among people carrying the largest number of morningness-associated variants, average sleep timing, measured using actual wrist-worn activity monitors rather than self-report, ran about 25 minutes earlier than among people carrying the fewest. 25 minutes does not sound dramatic on its own. But multiplied across a lifetime of mornings, it represents a real and measurable difference in how a person's day naturally unfolds, built from the accumulated small effects of hundreds of separate genetic variants, several of which trace specifically back to Neanderthal ancestry. That same large chronotype study uncovered something else worth carrying gently into the rest of this story, using a statistical technique called Mendelian randomization, which allows researchers to test for likely causal relationships using genetic variants as a kind of natural experiment. The team found evidence that being a morning person is causally associated with better mental health outcomes, not correlated by coincidence. Causally linked, as best as this kind of genetic analysis can establish, independent of the same variants affecting body weight or diabetes risk, which they did not appear to. The relationship seemed specific to mood and mental well-being rather than a general marker of overall health. There is an obvious, almost folkloric explanation that researchers themselves have pointed toward. Light exposure timing appears to play a meaningful role in regulating mood, likely through its effects on the same circadian and hormonal systems that govern sleep itself. A body whose clock aligns more closely with the natural rising and setting of the sun may simply be receiving its daily dose of morning light more consistently and more reliably than a body whose clock runs persistently out of step with daylight. We will return to this thread later in the story, when we look at the surprising and somewhat tangled relationship between Neanderthal-derived genetic variants and mood, because the connection between ancient sleep biology and modern emotional well-being turns out to run deeper than anyone initially expected. For now, simply hold this image gently in mind. Somewhere across a sweep of 351 separate locations in the human genome, a meaningful handful traced their particular version directly back to a population that lived and hunted across the cold, seasonally extreme landscapes of Ice Age Eurasia. Each variant on its own does almost nothing detectable. Together, accumulated across a genome, inherited in different combinations by different individuals, they form one part of the invisible architecture deciding on any given morning how easily your own eyes open before the alarm has had the chance to ring. It is a strange kind of intimacy when you sit with it. A trait this personal, this private, this tied to the particular texture of your own mornings, turns out to be threaded all the way back through tens of thousands of years, through a population that no longer exists, into a landscape under a different sky entirely. And it is only the beginning of what survived. Return for a moment to those unusually large Neanderthal eye sockets we touched on earlier, because there is more to that story than a simple anatomical curiosity, and it connects directly back to the rhythm of sleep we have been tracing all night. Researchers comparing Neanderthal and early modern human skulls noticed, across many specimens, a consistent pattern. Neanderthal orbits, the bony sockets that house the eyeball, were measurably larger than those of contemporary modern humans, even after accounting for differences in overall body and skull size. A larger eye is not simply a larger window, it typically houses a larger retina, capable of gathering more available light, and is associated in comparative studies across primates and other mammals with a correspondingly larger visual cortex, the region of the brain responsible for actually processing what the eyes take in. Researchers led by Eilund Pearce at the University of Oxford proposed, in an influential and still widely discussed analysis, that Neanderthals likely devoted a significantly larger share of total brain volume to visual processing than modern humans did, even though total brain size between the two groups was broadly comparable. Why would natural selection favour this trade-off? The leading explanation returns us to latitude and light, the same forces shaping the circadian story. Modern humans evolved primarily in lower latitude Africa, where daylight is relatively abundant and consistent year-round, and where the visual demands of life are met reasonably well by an eye and visual system tuned to bright, steady conditions. Neanderthals evolved at much higher latitudes, where usable daylight is scarcer, more seasonal, and frequently filtered through cloud, mist, or the long blue dimness of dusk and dawn that defines so much of a northern European day. Hunting, navigating, and simply surviving in this kind of light requires a visual system capable of extracting maximum information from minimum illumination. If a larger share of the Neanderthal brain was devoted to processing visual information, particularly in low light, it stands to reason that the same brain had correspondingly less raw processing capacity left over for other functions, a trade-off Pearce and colleagues explicitly proposed as one possible factor in later population dynamics. This remains a debated point among researchers and should be held loosely rather than a settled fact. But the underlying observation about eye and visual cortex size is well established, and it paints a coherent picture. A body and a brain deeply tuned to operating effectively under low and shifting light. This detail matters for tonight's story because it reinforces, from an entirely separate line of evidence, the same conclusion the circadian genetics points toward. This was not simply a population that happened to wake early out of habit. This was a population whose entire sensory and biological architecture, eyes, brain, internal clock, hormone cycles, all of it, appears to have been calibrated around the demanding, low-light, seasonally extreme conditions of an Ice Age northern landscape. The morningness tendency carried forward through interbreeding was not an isolated quirk. It was one visible thread in a much larger, coherent pattern of adaptation to scarce and shifting light. There is a gentler way to think about all of this, away from the clinical language of orbit measurements and visual cortex volume. Picture a population that simply needed, more urgently than most, to make full and careful use of every available hour of usable light. A population for whom dusk was not a soft optional transition into evening leisure, but the genuine close of the working day, after which very little could safely be accomplished. A population whose eyes had to work harder in the blue hour before dawn and the grey hour after sunset because so much of life happened inside that narrow margin of dim, uncertain light. Under those conditions, waking promptly with first light was not a virtue, in the way modern culture sometimes frames early rising as a kind of moral accomplishment. It was simply practical. It was the only way to claim a fair share of a day that offered, for much of the year, very little daylight to claim at all. The body adapted accordingly, in its eyes, in its brain, and, as we have already seen, in the molecular clock ticking quietly inside every cell. And then, tens of thousands of years later, fragments of that same calibration arrived, through interbreeding, inside an entirely different population, one that would go on to spread across deserts and rainforests and coastlines that share almost nothing with the cold valleys of Ice Age Europe. Some of those fragments, including pieces touching hair and skin and eye colour, are visible and well documented. Others, quieter and harder to see, simply continue running in the background, shaping how easily a particular person's eyes open in the grey hour before sunrise, long after the world that originally demanded that trait has entirely disappeared. There is one more thread worth drawing here, because it connects the eye directly to sleep in a way that is easy to miss. The same retina that gathers light for vision also houses the specialized light-sensing cells that report directly to the body's master clock, the cells that have nothing to do with seeing images and everything to do with telling the brain whether it is currently day or night. An eye and visual system built to extract maximum information from dim, scarce light is also, in a sense, an eye built to be unusually sensitive to exactly the kind of low-light conditions that signal the approach of dawn or the fall of dusk. A body carrying this kind of heightened low-light sensitivity may be, in some small way, a body unusually responsive to the precise light cues that anchor the circadian clock to the turning of the day. This is speculation layered on top of established anatomy, and it should be held loosely rather than a settled fact. But the underlying picture remains coherent and quietly compelling. An entire sensory and biological system, eyes, brain, clock, hormone cycles, all tuned together across hundreds of thousands of years to the same demanding relationship with scarce and seasonally shifting light. The morningness tendency, the large light-gathering eyes, the responsive internal clock were not separate, unrelated quirks. They were facets of a single coherent adaptation, polished together by the same cold continent, the same long winters, the same precious, fleeting hours of usable daylight that defined an entire population's way of life. Sleep and pain are more closely tangled than most people realize. A body in discomfort sleeps lighter, wakes more often, and struggles to descend into the deep restorative stages of rest that allow real recovery. So before we move further into the genetics of mood and immunity, it is worth pausing on a quieter, more physical thread of Neanderthal inheritance, a gene that shapes how intensely pain itself is felt, and one that turns out to be unusually well preserved across thousands of generations. The gene is called SCN9A, and it codes for a small protein structure called a sodium channel, found along the surface of nerve cells, including the specialized nerve fibers responsible for carrying pain signals from the body up toward the brain. Sodium channels act something like tiny gates, opening and closing to allow electrically charged particles to flow in and out of a nerve cell, generating the electrical pulses that nerves use to communicate. The particular channel encoded by SCN9A, sometimes referred to by researchers using the shorthand NAV 1.7, plays an outsized role in determining how readily a pain signal fires in the first place. Researchers studying recovered Neanderthal genomes identified 3 specific variants within this gene that differ from the versions typically found in modern human populations. When these variants were later studied in living people who carry them, inherited through the same ancient interbreeding events we have been tracing all night, scientists found that carriers reported a measurably lower threshold for normal, everyday pain. Not chronic pain, and not pain tolerance, in the sense of endurance under prolonged suffering, but the basic threshold at which an ordinary stimulus, a pinprick, a touch of heat, begins to register as painful at all. This is a curious thing to have survived 40,000 years of selection, and researchers are still working through exactly why it might have persisted. One possibility, offered cautiously by scientists working in this area, is that a slightly lower pain threshold is not necessarily a disadvantage on its own. In certain contexts, heightened sensitivity to minor injury could plausibly have served as an early warning system, prompting a body to withdraw from a developing hazard, a hot ember, a sharp edge of stone, slightly sooner than a less sensitive nervous system would. In a world without modern medicine, where a small untreated wound could become a fatal infection, noticing and reacting to minor injury early may have carried real survival value, even at the cost of everyday comfort. There is something quietly moving about this particular inheritance, sitting alongside the Circadian story we have already walked through. The same ancient population that handed down a tendency toward early waking also appears to have handed down a nervous system tuned to notice small physical signals a little more readily than it might otherwise. 2 different systems, the clock and the nerve, both calibrated by the same distant pressures, a demanding landscape that rewarded vigilance, attentiveness, and an early, careful relationship with the body's own signals. None of this means a person carrying these variants experiences life as more painful in any dramatic disruptive sense. The effect, much like the Circadian variants, is modest, the kind of shift visible clearly only across large research samples rather than in any single individual's daily experience. But it is a real, measurable, inherited difference, sitting quietly in the genome of a meaningful number of people, tracing back to the same population and the same distant interbreeding events that gave so many people their tendency to wake early. There is a quieter detail buried in this research worth drawing out, because it connects pain directly back to the central thread of tonight's story. The sodium channel encoded by this gene does not operate in isolation from the body's daily rhythm. Pain sensitivity itself in nearly all humans fluctuates across the 24-hour cycle, generally running higher at certain points of the night and lower at others, regulated in part by the same circadian system this entire story has been built around. A nervous system tuned to notice minor injuries slightly more readily, carried alongside a circadian clock tuned to wake slightly earlier, forms a coherent pair, a body inclined, in the small hours before dawn, toward exactly the kind of light, attentive, easily roused state that a demanding ancient landscape would have rewarded. This may help explain something many people notice without ever connecting it to deep ancestry. The particular way minor aches and discomforts can feel sharper, more insistent in the quiet hours of early morning than they do during the busy distraction of the day. Part of that is simply the absence of distraction, the mind with nothing else to attend to. But part of it, research suggests, is genuinely biological, the body's own pain processing systems shifting across the circadian cycle, and for some people, that shifting may carry a faint, inherited echo of an ancient nervous system built to stay just slightly more alert, just slightly more attentive, in exactly those early hours. It is worth holding gently the broader pattern beginning to emerge across these chapters. The Neanderthal inheritance is not a single trait, isolated and strange. It is a scattered constellation of small adjustments, touching the clock, the eye, the nerve, each one a quiet fragment of a body once shaped by a particular cold and demanding world, now woven invisibly into people living lives that world could never have anticipated. We turn next to skin, and to hair, and to the slow, careful work the immune system still does every single day, much of it borrowed from strangers met around a fire 40,000 years ago. Among all the inherited fragments scattered through the modern genome, the ones touching skin and hair are some of the easiest for scientists to study, simply because they are visible, measurable, and directly tied to traits that large medical databases already track in enormous detail. And among these, one of the clearest and best replicated findings involves a class of proteins called keratins. Keratin is the structural protein that gives toughness and resilience to skin, hair, and nails. It is, in a very literal sense, armor, a fibrous mesh that helps the outer layers of the body withstand abrasion, cold, and moisture loss. Researchers comparing the genomes of Neanderthals, Denisovans, and modern humans found that Neanderthal-derived genetic variants are notably concentrated in regions of the genome that influence keratin filament production, more so than would be expected by chance. David Reich, the Harvard geneticist whose team produced some of the foundational comparative work in this area, has suggested a fairly intuitive explanation. Thicker, tougher keratin structures would have provided real, practical insulation value in a cold climate, helping retain body heat and protect skin against the kind of harsh, dry, wind-scoured conditions common across Ice Age Europe. Neanderthal populations, already adapted to this environment for hundreds of thousands of years before modern humans arrived, would have carried keratin-related gene variants well suited to exactly these conditions, ready and available to be passed along the moment interbreeding began. This single inherited thread touches an unexpectedly wide range of visible modern traits. Variants associated with hair color, hair texture, the body's tendency toward baldness, and the skin's particular capacity to tan in response to sun exposure have all been traced, at least in part, back to Neanderthal ancestry. A large-scale study using electronic health records alongside genetic data, examining roughly 28,000 adults of primarily European descent, specifically linked Neanderthal-derived variants to keratosis, a skin condition involving abnormal growth of keratin-producing cells, frequently triggered by cumulative sun exposure over a lifetime. There is a quiet irony embedded in this particular thread of inheritance, one that researchers studying it have pointed out directly. A genetic adaptation that likely served Neanderthal populations well across countless overcast low-sun winters in northern Europe may, in some present-day carriers living in sunnier climates, or simply living much longer lifespans than ancient humans typically did, contribute modestly to increased sun sensitivity-related skin conditions. The same trait, the same molecular mechanism, useful in one world, mildly disadvantageous in another. This pattern, a gene that helped ancient survival but interacts awkwardly with a modern environment, recurs again and again throughout the Neanderthal genetic legacy, and we will see it surface several more times before the night is through. There is a quieter dimension to this skin inheritance worth drawing out, one that connects directly back to the same theme of scarce northern light that has run through this entire story. Skin does more than protect. It also serves as the body's primary site for producing vitamin D, a process that depends directly on exposure to a particular wavelength of sunlight. In the low-sun, high-latitude environment of Ice Age Europe, where usable sunlight could be scarce for much of the year, the ability to produce vitamin D efficiently from limited light exposure would have carried real survival value, and researchers have proposed that some of the skin-related variants inherited from Neanderthals may relate to exactly this kind of fine-tuning of the skin's response to a low-light environment, lighter skin tones generally allowing more efficient vitamin D production under weaker sunlight than darker tones permit. This single thread ties together several of the traits already discussed tonight into one coherent picture of adaptation to scarce light. The large light-gathering eyes, the responsive circadian clock, and now the skin itself, all shaped, in their own separate ways, by the same fundamental challenge of living somewhere the sun simply did not provide as generously as it did in the African environment modern humans first evolved within. The body, it turns out, adapts to scarce light on many fronts at once. In the eye, in the clock, and in the skin, each system quietly adjusting toward the same underlying goal of making the most of a precious limited resource. Skin and hair were not the only systems affected. Researchers studying the genomic regions richest in surviving Neanderthal ancestry have repeatedly found two categories standing out above all others: traits related to skin and hair, and traits related to the immune system. This is not a coincidence, and it points towards something important about why interbreeding may have been so valuable to the expanding modern human population in the first place, beyond anything related to sleep or pain or appearance. When modern humans began moving out of Africa into Eurasia, they were entering an environment full of unfamiliar challenges: different climates, different sun exposure, and critically, different pathogens. Bacteria, viruses, and parasites that Neanderthal populations had already been living alongside and adapting to for hundreds of thousands of years. Geneticists describe this as a kind of pre-adaptation. Rather than waiting for entirely new immune defenses to evolve from scratch, through ordinary mutation, a slow process that can take many thousands of generations, incoming modern humans could simply borrow already. Functional immune adaptations directly from a population that had already solved many of these local problems. We will spend the next chapter looking specifically at what that borrowed immune inheritance looks like, because it turns out to be one of the largest and most consequential categories of surviving Neanderthal DNA in the entire modern human genome, larger by some measures than the contribution to sleep, skin, or pain combined. But it is worth carrying forward, from this chapter into the next, the same underlying theme that has been quietly building all night. So much of what people carry without ever noticing, the texture of their hair, the way their skin responds to a long afternoon outdoors, traces back not to chance, but to a specific population in a specific place, solving a specific set of problems that no longer exist in the same form, yet whose genetic solutions continue working quietly, generation after generation, inside bodies living lives. Those ancient people never could have pictured. Of all the categories of Neanderthal DNA still present in modern human genomes, the immune system carries some of the clearest and most consequential signatures. One of the best documented examples involves a cluster of 3 genes on chromosome 4, known as TLR1, TLR6 and TLR10, part of a family of receptors called toll-like receptors, which serve as an early detection system for the immune response. These receptors sit on the surface of certain immune cells, acting as sensors that recognize common molecular patterns found on bacteria, fungi, and other pathogens, triggering a defensive response the moment something unfamiliar is detected. Researchers found that the versions of these 3 genes carried by a significant number of present-day Europeans and Asians are, genetically, nearly identical to the versions recovered from Neanderthal fossil DNA, far more similar than would be expected from ordinary human variation alone. This is considered one of the strongest individual signals of adaptive introgression yet identified, meaning a piece of DNA that was not simply carried along passively through interbreeding, but was actively favoured and spread by natural selection because it provided some genuine functional benefit to the populations that carried it. The likely explanation returns to the same logic of pre-adaptation discussed a moment ago. Neanderthal populations had lived in Eurasia for several 100,000 years before modern humans arrived, accumulating immune defences tuned specifically to local pathogens, bacteria and parasites, and other microbial threats that simply did not exist, or existed in different forms, back in the African environment modern humans had been adapting to. Inheriting an already functional defence against these threats, rather than having to evolve one from scratch, would have offered real and immediate survival value to the first modern human populations, settling into unfamiliar Eurasian landscapes. There is a more contemporary chapter to this story as well, one that surfaced unexpectedly during a global health crisis most people listening tonight lived through directly. In 2020, researchers identified a cluster of genetic variants on chromosome 3, inherited from Neanderthals, associated with a significantly increased risk of severe illness following infection with the virus responsible for COVID-19. The same haplotype, the same stretch of linked variants passed down together as a single block, that may once have offered useful immune protection against ancient pathogens, turned out, in an entirely different and unforeseeable context tens of thousands of years later, to interact in a less favourable way with a virus that did not exist when the variant first proved useful. Other inherited immune variants appear to have run in the opposite protective direction against entirely different threats. Researchers studying a Neanderthal-derived variant in a gene related to the body's antiviral defences found evidence it may offer some protection against certain viral infections, a reminder that this ancient immune inheritance is genuinely double-edged, helpful against some threats, unhelpful against others, depending entirely on which specific pathogen happens to be involved and which specific variant a person happens to carry. The same broad principle holds across the entire immune inheritance, an ancient defense system, tuned across hundreds of thousands of years against the specific threats of one world, behaving in complicated, unpredictable ways when confronted by the entirely different threats of another. Researchers studying the geographic distribution of this particular variant found it occurs at notably different frequencies across different populations, carried by roughly 16% of people in Europe, more than half of people in South Asia, and almost entirely absent in East Asia and Africa, a pattern of distribution that traces directly back to the specific history of ancient interbreeding events in each region, and to which descendant populations happen to inherit which particular fragments. The same chromosome 3 region was later found, in a kind of quiet narrative symmetry, to also include a different set of variants offering modest protection against severe COVID-19 outcomes, evidence that even within a single ancient genetic block, the inheritance was neither uniformly beneficial nor uniformly harmful, simply complicated, the way most biology tends to be once you look closely enough. This pattern, a genetic adaptation useful in its original context proving to be a mixed blessing in an entirely different and unanticipated modern context, recurs so often throughout Neanderthal genetic research that it has become something of an organising theme for the entire field. Genes are not written with foresight. They are simply solutions to the specific problems a population happened to face, generation after generation, in a specific place. When the problems change, sometimes dramatically and unpredictably, the old solution does not automatically update itself. It simply continues running, the way an old habit continues running long after the original reason for it has faded from memory. It is worth sitting briefly with the strange and somewhat humbling shape of this inheritance. The same intimate meetings between two populations of ancient humans that quietly handed down a tendency to wake early also handed down, through an entirely separate genetic pathway, pieces of an immune system built to recognize threats that existed on a cold continent 40,000 years ago. Both gifts, the clock and the shield, arrived the same way, not through deliberate transfer, not through anything resembling a plan, but through the simple, accumulating fact of two populations living, for a time, close enough to become, briefly, kin. Next, we follow a quieter and more difficult thread of this same inheritance, one that touches not the body's defences against the outside world, but the much harder to measure terrain of mood itself, and the surprising, still only partly understood relationship between an ancient circadian system and the modern experience of depression. Among the most surprising findings to emerge from the comparison of Neanderthal and modern human genomes involves something far less tangible than skin, hair, or pain threshold: mood itself. Beginning with a landmark 2016 study published in the journal Science, researchers led by Corinne Simonti and John Capra compared a detailed map of Neanderthal-derived gene fragments against the electronic health records of roughly 28,000 adults of European ancestry, looking for any measurable association between ancient genetic inheritance and present-day clinical conditions. What they found touched a wide range of human health, but one category stood out for how unexpected it was. Neanderthal-derived genetic variants showed measurable associations with risk for depression, some variants raising risk, others, interestingly, lowering it. This was not a finding anyone had specifically predicted going into the study. Earlier research had focused mostly on the more intuitive categories: skin, immunity, metabolism. The discovery that ancient interbreeding had left a meaningful fingerprint on something as deeply internal as mood regulation came as a genuine surprise to the field, generating headlines that, in the years since, have sometimes overstated or oversimplified what is actually a fairly nuanced finding. The honest, careful version of the story is this. A surprising number of the individual genetic variants associated with psychiatric and neurological effects in modern humans turned out, on closer examination, to be Neanderthal in origin. Some of these variants nudge depression risk upward. Others, just as real and just as well documented, nudge it downward. The Neanderthal contribution to mood was not uniformly harmful or uniformly protective. It was, like so much of this inheritance, simply varied, a scattered handful of small effects pulling in different directions across different individuals, the net result depending entirely on which specific combination of variants any one person happens to carry. Researchers proposed a possible mechanism that loops this finding directly back into everything we have already covered tonight about light and the circadian clock. Kappa and colleagues suggested that the connection between Neanderthal DNA and depression risk may run, at least in part, through the same biological pathways governing sleep and light exposure, rather than through some entirely separate mood-specific mechanism. Modern research on depression has repeatedly found close links between circadian disruption, irregular light exposure, and the onset or worsening of depressive symptoms. Light therapy itself, exposure to bright artificial light at carefully controlled times of day, is a well-established treatment for certain forms of depression precisely because of how tightly mood and circadian biology are intertwined. If this hypothesis holds, and researchers are still working to confirm exactly how strong the connection is, it would mean that the same ancient circadian variants we spent so much of tonight tracing back to cold, high-latitude Ice Age Europe are doing double duty in the modern genome, not only nudging when a body wants to wake and sleep, but indirectly shaping, through that same light-sensitive machinery, something as significant as a person's baseline vulnerability or resilience to depression. The clock and the mood are not, in this picture, two separate inheritances. They may be two visible expressions of a single, underlying ancient system, one that was tuned, hundreds of thousands of years ago, to a very particular relationship between light, timing, and the body. This same broad pattern of Neanderthal-derived variants showing both protective and risk-increasing effects, depending on the specific combination inherited, recurs across nearly every trait researchers have studied. A large follow-up analysis using the UK Biobank, examining baseline phenotypes for over 112,000 individuals, confirmed that Neanderthal alleles contributed more variation than expected to 4 specific behavioural categories: sleep, mood, and smoking-related behaviours. Of everything studied, these particular categories showed an outsized Neanderthal genetic footprint relative to how much Neanderthal DNA exists in the genome overall, suggesting that whatever ancient selective pressures shaped these traits, they left an unusually deep and lasting mark. It would be easy and wrong to walk away from this chapter with the impression that depression risk is somehow simply inherited from Neanderthals in any deterministic sense. It is not. Depression, like sleep timing, like pain threshold, is influenced by an enormous tangled web of genetic and environmental factors, of which any single ancient variant represents only the smallest possible contribution. What this research actually offers is something gentler and, in its own way, more interesting. Evidence that the modern experience of mood, in all its complexity, is built partly out of biological machinery, first assembled by a population that lived under skies and seasons very different from our own, machinery that has continued running, quietly adjusting itself to light and rhythm for tens of thousands of years since. There is something almost tender in recognizing this. The same body that wakes you a little early, that notices a small physical discomfort a little sooner than it might, may also, in some small inherited way, be carrying forward an ancient relationship between darkness, light, and feeling, one shaped originally by a population who had to survive winters longer and darker than most people today will ever personally know. The inheritance is not a flaw and not a gift in any simple sense. It is simply a piece of deep history, quietly present, doing what it has always done. We turn next to something a little more mechanical and a little less abstract: the blood itself, and a particular ancient variant that changed, in a small but measurable way, how quickly a wound closes. Among the more mechanically straightforward pieces of Neanderthal inheritance is a variant affecting blood coagulation. the cascade of biological steps that allows a wound to clot and close rather than bleed indefinitely. Researchers, including the team led by John Capra in the study published in Science, identified a specific Neanderthal-derived variant associated with increased blood clotting efficiency in modern carriers, a finding presented directly at a major scientific conference and later detailed in the published research. The likely original benefit of this variant is not difficult to imagine, even without specialized training in genetics. A population living by hunting large animals at close range, using stone-tipped weapons, navigating sharp terrain and cold exposure, processing carcasses with hand tools would have faced a near-constant low-level risk of cuts, punctures, and other wounds. In a world without antiseptics, sutures, or any modern medical intervention, the speed at which a wound naturally clots and seals itself could plausibly mean the difference between a minor inconvenience and a fatal infection. A genetic variant that nudges the clotting cascade toward faster, more efficient closure would have offered real, tangible survival value in exactly this kind of environment. Capra and colleagues described the likely logic directly. Increased coagulation, they explained, could have helped ancient populations cope with new pathogens and physical injuries encountered while moving into new environments, sealing wounds more quickly and helping trigger a faster localized immune response at the site of injury. This is the same broad pattern seen throughout this story, a trait honed by natural selection to solve an urgent, immediate, physical problem faced by a population living under genuinely difficult conditions, problems that modern carriers of the same variant, living lives of relative physical safety, rarely if ever have to face in the same form. And here again, the same quiet irony surfaces that has appeared in nearly every chapter tonight. The advantage a trait offered in one world does not automatically translate into an advantage in another. Capra noted explicitly that while increased coagulation likely helped ancient ancestors cope with the physical dangers of their daily environment, the downsides of increased clotting, including a heightened risk of stroke and dangerous blood clots called embolisms, become considerably more apparent in a population living much longer average lifespans than ancient humans typically achieved. A trait selected to help a person survive the dangers of their 30s and 40s, hunting and gathering on a cold plain can carry a different cost profile entirely when that same body lives on, under modern conditions, into its 70s, 80s, and beyond. This is, in a sense, simply what evolution does and does not do. Natural selection has no foresight. It does not optimize a body for a long, comfortable, modern lifespan free of physical danger, but full of different, slower-building risks like cardiovascular disease. It optimizes, ruthlessly and without any larger plan, for whatever combination of traits gets the most copies of a gene into the next generation, under the specific conditions a population actually faces. The Neanderthal clotting variant did exactly what it was selected to do, helping wounded bodies survive long enough to reproduce on a dangerous Ice Age landscape. That it carries a different, more subtle cost in a population living into old age under entirely different conditions is not a flaw in the original adaptation. It is simply the price of inheriting biology built for one world while living in another. This same theme, an ancient solution to an ancient problem, persisting quietly inside a body now facing a completely different set of circumstances, will return one more time before tonight's story closes, in a chapter about a habit that did not exist for most of human history at all, and a Neanderthal-derived variant that, almost certainly entirely by accident, ended up shaping how strongly some people today find themselves drawn to it. Before we leave the blood entirely, there is one further detail worth sitting with, because it illustrates just how deep and how surprising this inheritance can run. Researchers studying the genetics of blood have found that a particular Neanderthal-derived variant affecting a gene called STAB, one appears connected to the body's regulation of certain immune and vascular functions, part of a wider pattern in which the ancient inheritance touches not just the dramatic, visible systems of the body but the quiet, continuous, largely invisible housekeeping. The body performs every moment of every day, the maintenance work no one ever notices precisely because, when it functions well, there is nothing to notice at all. It is in exactly this kind of quiet, continuous, invisible work that so much of the Neanderthal inheritance actually lives, not in anything dramatic, not in anything a person would ever feel directly, simply in the steady, ongoing background processes that keep a body functioning, hour after hour, night after night, year after year, shaped in small part by solutions first worked out across hundreds of thousands of years by a population that has been gone from the world for 40,000 years, yet whose careful biological answers continue quietly to keep working. Tobacco, in the form modern humans recognize it, did not exist anywhere near Ice Age Europe. The plant family it comes from is native to the Americas, and nicotine addiction, as a widespread human habit, is, on the scale of the story we have been telling tonight, an almost impossibly recent development, arriving within only the last few centuries across most of the world. And yet, strangely, one of the clearer findings to emerge from large-scale studies comparing Neanderthal and modern human DNA involves a specific genetic variant that significantly increases susceptibility to nicotine addiction in people who carry it. This finding, reported by researchers at Vanderbilt University working under John Capra, came as one of the more unexpected results of their broader analysis linking Neanderthal ancestry to modern clinical traits. The variant in question does not relate to tobacco specifically, because nothing about ancient Neanderthal biology could possibly have anticipated tobacco. Instead, it appears to influence a more general neurological pathway involved in reward, craving and dependence, a system humans share broadly with many other mammals, one shaped originally by entirely different pressures and entirely different substances or behaviours that may have offered some reward value in the ancient environment. This is an important point to sit with, because it illustrates something easy to misunderstand about how ancient genetic inheritance interacts with the modern world. A gene is rarely, if ever, selected for a single specific narrow purpose. It is more often selected for a broader function, a particular way some underlying biological system tends to behave, and that broader function can end up interacting, sometimes helpfully and sometimes harmfully, with circumstances the original selection pressure never could have foreseen. A variant shaping general reward and craving sensitivity, perhaps once tied to motivation around food scarcity, perhaps tied to some other reward behaviour entirely lost to deep time, simply continued doing what it had always done when an entirely new substance, tobacco, entered the human environment many tens of thousands of years later. Researchers studying this category of findings have been careful to note that this does not mean addiction itself, as a concept, is somehow Neanderthal in origin, or that the trait was ever selected for anything resembling what we would now call substance dependence. It simply means that one small piece of the underlying neurological machinery, governing how strongly a reward pathway responds to certain stimuli, traces back, through ordinary inheritance, to a population that lived and died before tobacco, before alcohol distillation, before most of the substances modern addiction medicine concerns itself with, existed anywhere in the human environment at all. Why does this belong in a story about sleep? Because craving, dependence, and reward pathways are deeply entangled with circadian biology and sleep quality, often in both directions. Nicotine itself is a stimulant capable of disrupting sleep onset and reducing overall sleep quality, and withdrawal from nicotine, in turn, frequently produces its own sleep disturbances. The same broad neurological systems regulating reward, motivation and craving sit close, biologically and functionally, to the systems regulating arousal, alertness, and the transition into sleep. None of this means every inherited thread in this story operates in isolation. They overlap, intertwine, and influence one another in ways researchers are still working to fully map. What stands out most, taking a small step back from the specific mechanism, is simply the strangeness of the timeline involved. A genetic variant first shaped by selective pressures in a population that vanished 40,000 years ago is still, today, quietly influencing how a particular person's brain responds the very first time they encounter a cigarette, a substance from another continent entirely, introduced to most of the world only within the last several hundred years. Deep time does not announce itself. It simply continues operating, patient and invisible, underneath whatever century happens to be unfolding on the surface. We turn now away from Neanderthals specifically, if only for a chapter, to meet their lesser-known cousins, a population whose genetic legacy turns out to carry its own remarkable story about light, altitude, and the body's relationship to an extreme environment entirely different from the one we have spent most of tonight inside. If you're still here, still listening, let your breathing settle a little deeper into whatever is holding you right now. There is nowhere to rush toward. If a story like this one is the kind of company you want at this hour, the gentlest way to keep it nearby is simply to subscribe, so the next one is waiting whenever you need it. For now, let's keep walking quietly a little further back into the family tree. Neanderthals were not the only archaic human population that modern humans encountered and interbred with on their long migration out of Africa. Further east, across the cold mountains and forests of Siberia and into parts of Southeast Asia, a separate and at the time entirely unknown population lived alongside and at points overlapped with Neanderthal territory. We know this population today as the Denisovans, named after Denisova Cave in the Altai Mountains of southern Siberia, where the first trace of their existence was discovered. That first trace was almost absurdly small, a single fragment of a finger bone, recovered from a layer of cave sediment, along with a few isolated teeth. From this minimal physical material, geneticists were nonetheless able to extract enough preserved DNA to sequence an entire genome, and what they found surprised the entire field. The DNA did not match Neanderthals, and it did not match modern humans. It belonged to a third, previously unknown branch of the human family tree, one that had split off from the Neanderthal lineage at some point after Neanderthals themselves had diverged from the ancestors of modern humans. Denisovans, it turns out, also interbred with the modern human populations passing through and near their territory, leaving their own distinct genetic signature behind, though concentrated in a different part of the modern world than the Neanderthal signature. Present-day populations in Melanesia, including parts of Papua New Guinea and nearby Pacific islands, carry the highest known levels of Denisovan ancestry anywhere on Earth, estimated at roughly 4 to 6% of their genome in some populations, a notably higher proportion than the Neanderthal contribution carried by most Europeans or East Asians. Smaller but still measurable traces of Denisovan ancestry appear scattered across other Asian populations as well, evidence that interbreeding with this population, much like interbreeding with Neanderthals, likely happened more than once, in more than one place, as modern humans spread gradually across an enormous and varied Eurasian landscape over tens of thousands of years. Some individuals alive today, remarkably, carry meaningful contributions from both archaic populations at once, a genome holding fragments of two entirely separate, now extinct human lineages woven together inside a single living body. One of the most striking individual discoveries in this entire field of research involves a single bone fragment found at Denisova Cave and nicknamed Denny by the researchers who studied it. Genetic analysis revealed that this particular individual was neither fully Neanderthal nor fully Denisovan, but a direct first-generation hybrid with a Neanderthal mother and a Denisovan father. It remains to date the most direct physical evidence ever found of interbreeding between these two distinct archaic populations, a single bone telling the story of two entirely separate branches of humanity. Meeting, briefly, in one specific family, in one specific cave, tens of thousands of years ago. For years, almost everything known about the Denisovans came from genetics alone, recovered from that handful of teeth and bone fragments, with no real sense of what these people actually looked like, no skull, no face, nothing to put a form to the genetic ghost. Then, in a remarkable turn, researchers identified a partial jawbone, recovered decades earlier from a high-altitude cave on the Tibetan Plateau, and long misunderstood as belonging to a Denisovan. The first Denisovan remains ever confidently identified outside the original Siberian cave. More recently still, a more complete skull, recovered from northeastern China, and once given its own separate species name, was linked through ancient protein analysis to the Denisovan lineage, finally beginning to give a face to a population that had existed for over a decade of research as little more than a sequence of genetic code. These discoveries matter for tonight's story because they confirm something the genetics had only hinted at, that the Denisovans ranged across an enormous and varied territory, from the cold of Siberia to the thin air of the Tibetan Plateau to the more temperate regions of eastern China, a population at least as widespread and at least as adaptable as the better-known Neanderthals to their west. A population that broadly ranged, living across that many different demanding environments, would have accumulated its own rich store of biological adaptations, some of which, as we will see, were passed forward into modern human populations who would go on to depend on them in ways the Denisovans themselves could never have foreseen. The discovery of Denny matters for tonight's story because it reframes something easy to misunderstand about this entire period of human history. It is tempting to imagine modern humans, Neanderthals and Denisovans as three cleanly separated, static populations, occasionally crossing paths in isolated, dramatic moments. The genetic evidence increasingly suggests something messier, more fluid, and in its own way more human. A landscape full of small, scattered, related populations of different archaic and modern humans, moving across Eurasia over tens of thousands of years, meeting, mixing, separating and meeting again, the boundaries between groups far softer and more porous than the old textbook diagrams ever suggested. We have spent most of tonight following one specific thread out of this larger tangled inheritance, the Circadian variants traced back to Neanderthals specifically. But the Denisovan branch of this story carries its own remarkable example of ancient biology surviving quietly and usefully inside a present-day population facing conditions their distant ancestors helped prepare them for. And it involves, fittingly enough for a story about how bodies adapt to difficult environments, one of the most extreme physical challenges a human body can face: survival at extreme altitude, where the air itself carries barely enough oxygen to sustain ordinary life. High on the Tibetan Plateau, at elevations where the air holds noticeably less oxygen than it does at sea level, human populations have lived for thousands of years in conditions that would leave most visiting lowlanders gasping, dizzy, and at real risk of altitude sickness within days of arrival. Tibetan populations remarkably do not experience this same severe physiological strain, and for years researchers struggled to fully explain why their bodies seemed so much better equipped to handle the thin mountain air than populations from almost anywhere else on Earth. The answer, when it finally arrived, surprised even the geneticists searching for it. A specific gene called EPAS1, which helps regulate how the body responds to low oxygen levels by controlling the production of red blood cells, was found to carry an unusual variant in Tibetan populations, one associated with a more efficient, better-calibrated response to chronic low oxygen, avoiding the dangerous over-thickening of the blood that can occur when a body simply tries to compensate for thin air by producing excessive numbers of red blood cells, a maladaptive response common in lowland populations who relocate permanently to high altitude. When researchers traced the specific version of this Tibetan EPAS1 variant back through the genetic record, comparing it carefully against the genomes of Neanderthals, Denisovans, and a wide range of modern human populations, they found something unexpected. The variant did not closely match anything found in low-altitude modern human populations. It matched, closely and specifically, the Denisovan genome, recovered from that same small Siberian cave. The gene that today allows Tibetan populations to live and work comfortably at altitudes that would leave most other humans struggling for breath appears to have entered the modern human gene pool through interbreeding with Denisovans, a population whose own range likely included high, cold, oxygen-thin terrain across parts of ancient Asia. This finding has become one of the most celebrated and frequently cited examples of adaptive introgression in the entire field. A clean, well-documented case in which a specific trait, clearly beneficial in a specific demanding environment, can be traced directly back to an extinct population whose own biology had already solved the relevant problem long before modern humans arrived in the region facing it. It mirrors, in almost every important way, the Neanderthal Circadian story we have spent most of tonight following. A population already adapted, through hundreds of thousands of years of living somewhere genuinely difficult, handing forward a ready-made solution to a population that had not yet had time to evolve one of its own. There is a pattern worth pausing on here, now that we have walked through several different versions of essentially the same story. Cold climate body proportions and keratin from Neanderthals, immune defences tuned to local Eurasian pathogens from Neanderthals, altitude tolerance from Denisovans, and circadian rhythm tuned to seasonal high-latitude light, again from Neanderthals. In every one of these cases, the underlying logic is identical. Modern humans, expanding rapidly out of Africa into entirely unfamiliar environments, did not have time, on an evolutionary timescale, to independently develop solutions to every new challenge they encountered. interbreeding with populations who had already lived in these environments for hundreds of thousands of years offered something close to a genetic shortcut, a way to inherit, almost overnight in evolutionary terms, adaptations that would otherwise have taken an enormous span of additional generations to develop from scratch. This reframes the entire story we have been telling tonight in a way worth sitting with gently before we move forward. The tendency some people carry to wake early, to feel alert in the grey hour before sunrise, was not simply a strange genetic accident, a quirk of ancient mingling preserved by chance. It was very plausibly one piece of a much larger and more deliberate-looking pattern, an entire suite of borrowed adaptations drawn from populations who had already done the hard evolutionary work of surviving in difficult, demanding, unfamiliar landscapes, passed forward through intimate contact into a population that desperately needed exactly this kind of head start. We return now from the high cold air of the Tibetan plateau back to the more familiar terrain we have spent most of tonight inside, because there remains one more important piece of the inheritance story left to walk through, the places in the genome where, despite everything we have just described, almost nothing from these ancient populations survived at all. It would be easy, after everything we have walked through tonight, to imagine the modern human genome as an even, generous patchwork of ancient inheritance, Neanderthal and Denisovan fragments scattered comfortably throughout. The reality is considerably more uneven, and the unevenness itself tells an important and somewhat sobering part of this story. Across large stretches of the modern human genome, researchers have found almost no surviving Neanderthal or Denisovan ancestry whatsoever, regions so consistently empty of archaic DNA, across so many different present-day populations, that geneticists have given them a specific and evocative name, Neanderthal deserts. These deserts are not randomly distributed. They cluster with striking consistency around two particular regions of the genome, the X chromosome and a set of genes specifically active in testis tissue, related to male fertility. This pattern, observed independently by multiple research teams working with different datasets and different methods, points toward a difficult but biologically coherent explanation. Hybrid offspring between Neanderthals and modern humans, particularly male offspring, may have faced reduced fertility, a phenomenon well documented across many other pairs of closely related but distinct species and subspecies throughout the animal kingdom, where hybrid males in particular often experience lowered reproductive success, even when hybrid females do not. This is, in evolutionary terms, exactly the kind of pattern that would produce a desert. If a particular combination of Neanderthal genetic material on the X chromosome, paired with modern human genetic material elsewhere in the genome, tended to reduce a male offspring's fertility, then over many thousands of generations, natural selection would have steadily and relentlessly removed exactly that combination from the population. Individuals carrying it would, on average, simply leave fewer descendants than individuals who happen not to carry it. Repeated across tens of thousands of years, this slow, patient filtering process would produce precisely the kind of clean, consistent genetic desert researchers have actually found. There is something quietly important in this finding, easy to overlook amid the more celebratory stories of useful borrowed adaptations we have spent most of tonight exploring. The interbreeding between Neanderthals and modern humans was not a seamless, frictionless genetic merger. The two populations had been evolving separately for somewhere between 500,000 and 700,000 years, an enormous span of time on the scale of any single species, and that long separation had allowed real biological incompatibilities to accumulate, subtle enough not to prevent interbreeding entirely, but significant enough to leave a permanent visible scar in the genetic record of every descendant population alive today. This detail matters for how we understand everything else discussed tonight. The genetic variants that did survive, the circadian genes, the immune genes, the keratin and pain and mood variants we have walked through one by one, were not simply whatever happened to be carried along passively by chance. They survived a real filtering process, tens of thousands of years of natural selection sorting through an enormous initial pool of inherited genetic material, discarding combinations that proved harmful or incompatible, and retaining combinations that proved either neutral or genuinely useful. Every Neanderthal-derived gene still present in a living person today has, in a very real sense, already passed an extraordinarily long and rigorous test. It is worth holding this alongside the warmer, more wondrous parts of tonight's story, because together they paint a more complete and more honest picture of what actually happened during this distant chapter of human history. Two populations met, mingled, and produced descendants. Some of what those descendants inherited proved harmful enough, particularly around fertility, to be steadily erased from the human story over tens of thousands of years. And some of what they inherited proved durable, useful, even essential enough to persist, quietly, inside a meaningful share of the people listening to this story tonight, including, in some small molecular way, inside the very system currently working to slow your breathing and carry you towards sleep. Early popular accounts of Neanderthal interbreeding tended to describe it as a single, tidy historical event, a single wave of modern humans leaving Africa, briefly meeting Neanderthal populations somewhere in the Middle East, and carrying a fixed, uniform dose of Neanderthal DNA forward into every non-African population on Earth from that point onward. The actual genetic evidence, gathered patiently over the years since the first Neanderthal genome was sequenced, paints a considerably richer and more complicated picture, one involving repeated geographically scattered contacts stretched across many thousands of years. Researchers comparing the specific Neanderthal-derived segments, carried by different present-day populations, have found meaningful differences between groups, differences too systematic to be explained by a single shared interbreeding event, followed by simple genetic drift. East Asian populations, for instance, carry on average a somewhat higher overall proportion of Neanderthal ancestry than European populations, despite both groups descending from the same general out-of-Africa migration. This kind of discrepancy points toward additional, later waves of interbreeding occurring as modern human populations continued moving and diversifying across Eurasia, with some groups encountering Neanderthal populations more than once, accumulating slightly more inherited material with each additional contact. Genetic studies of ancient human remains have added further texture to this picture. The skeleton of an early modern human found at Peștera cu Oaze, a cave site in present-day Romania, dating to roughly 40,000 years ago, carries an extraordinarily high proportion of Neanderthal DNA, organised into unusually long, unbroken stretches. Long, intact stretches of inherited DNA are a telltale sign of very recent ancestry, because each new generation of reproduction tends to break inherited chromosomal segments into shorter and shorter pieces through a process called recombination. The length of the Neanderthal segments carried by this individual suggested that they had a Neanderthal ancestor as recently as 4 to 6 generations back, a great-great-grandparent or great-great-great-grandparent, evidence of interbreeding happening right up to the very edge of the period when Neanderthal populations were vanishing from the fossil record entirely. This single skeleton offers a small, vivid, almost intimate window into the closing chapter of Neanderthal existence. It suggests a world in the final millennia before Neanderthals disappeared as a distinct population, where modern humans and Neanderthals were not living in entirely separate sealed-off territories, encountering one another only rarely at some narrow frontier. They appear to have continued meeting, mingling, and producing children together right up until the very end in at least some regions, the two populations slowly dissolving into one another, rather than simply one replacing the other in a single clean, sudden transition. It is worth noting, too, that the genetic evidence increasingly suggests interbreeding moved in more than one direction. Just as Neanderthal DNA flowed into the expanding modern human population, there is evidence that modern human DNA also flowed back into at least some Neanderthal populations, detected in the genome of a Neanderthal individual recovered from a cave in the Altai Mountains, carrying genetic material that appears to trace back to an early modern human lineage, inherited from an ancestor living tens of thousands of years before the larger, more familiar wave of interbreeding most people associate with this story. The exchange, in other words, was not simply a one-way gift handed from an older, more locally adapted population to a newer, expanding one. It ran both ways, repeatedly, across a far longer and more tangled span of time than the simplified popular version of this story usually allows. All of this complexity matters directly for understanding the particular gene this story has been following all night. The Circadian variants traced back to Neanderthal ancestry are not distributed evenly or uniformly across every non-African population on Earth. They appear in different combinations at different frequencies in different populations, shaped by exactly this kind of layered, repeated, geographically scattered history of contact. A person of Northern European ancestry, a person of East Asian ancestry, and a person of Pacific Islander ancestry, carrying some Denisovan inheritance as well, may each carry a genuinely different specific assortment of ancient Circadian variants, inherited through different historical pathways, even while sharing the same broad underlying story of a body clock partly shaped by populations who once lived through winters and dark seasons that very few people anywhere in the world still have to survive entirely without artificial light. This brings us to a slightly more technical but important question, worth pausing on before we move toward the closing chapters of tonight's story. How exactly do scientists manage to detect a signal this small, this scattered across so many different populations and so many overlapping waves of contact, buried inside a genome containing more than 3 billion individual letters of genetic code? The answer involves some of the most powerful statistical tools available in modern biology, and it is worth understanding gently how this entire field of research actually works. None of what we have walked through tonight could have been discovered through observation alone. No amount of careful note-taking about who in a family tends to wake early or who seems unusually sensitive to a minor cut could ever, on its own, reveal that a particular genetic variant traces back specifically to Neanderthal ancestry, rather than simply being an ordinary part of human variation. This entire field of research rests on a quieter, slower kind of discovery, built from extremely large numbers, careful statistics, and decades of patient incremental scientific work. The foundation of the whole story is the Neanderthal genome itself, first sequenced in a rough draft form in 2010 by a team led by Svante Pääbo at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, work that would eventually earn Pääbo the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2022. Extracting usable, reliable genetic material from bones tens of thousands of years old is an extraordinarily difficult technical challenge. Ancient DNA degrades over time, breaking into short, damaged fragments, and any recovered sample is almost always heavily contaminated with DNA from the bacteria, fungi, and modern humans that have handled the bone since its discovery. Pääbo's team spent years developing the specialized laboratory techniques needed to identify, isolate, and reliably sequence the genuinely ancient material buried within that contamination. Once a reliable Neanderthal genome existed, researchers could begin the second, equally demanding stage of the work, comparing it position by position across all 3 billion or so letters of genetic code against the genomes of modern humans from populations all around the world. Wherever a Neanderthal genome and a modern human genome share an unusually long, unbroken, statistically improbable stretch of identical sequence, far more identical than ordinary shared human ancestry alone would predict, researchers can infer that this particular stretch was likely inherited directly through interbreeding, rather than simply representing a coincidental similarity retained from the much deeper common ancestor all humans share. This is the technique, refined and improved over more than a decade of methodological advances, that allowed researchers to identify the specific circadian gene variants discussed earlier in tonight's story, the immune gene cluster, the keratin-related variants, and everything else we have walked through. Each finding represents the careful overlay of 2 enormous datasets: the ancient genome recovered from a handful of precious, painstakingly studied fossil specimens, and modern genetic databases containing information from hundreds of thousands of living volunteers, the scale needed to detect statistical patterns subtle enough to otherwise disappear entirely into ordinary human genetic noise. The third piece of the puzzle, and the piece that turns a simple genetic comparison into a meaningful biological or medical finding, involves linking specific genetic variants to specific real-world traits. This is where resources like the UK Biobank become essential. By pairing genetic data with detailed health records, lifestyle questionnaires, and in some cases direct physiological measurements like wrist-worn activity monitors tracking actual sleep timing, researchers can ask precise questions. Do people carrying this particular Neanderthal-derived variant near this particular circadian gene report being morning people more often than people who do not carry it? Does this immune variant correlate with different outcomes following a particular infection? Each individual answer on its own carries real statistical uncertainty. But across hundreds of thousands of people, Patterns that would be completely invisible in a smaller sample become clear, consistent, and scientifically reliable. It is worth appreciating gently just how recent and how rapidly evolving this entire field actually is. The first Neanderthal genome was published only in 2010. The large-scale chronotype study explicitly linking Neanderthal DNA to morningness, the one this entire story has been built around, was published only in December of 2023, less than 2 years before tonight. This means a meaningful portion of what we have discussed tonight represents genuinely current science, findings still being refined, debated and expanded by researchers working actively in laboratories around the world right now, even as you listen to this in the dark. There is something quietly comforting in that timing, if you let yourself sit with it for a moment. The story of your own inherited body clock is not closed. It is still being written, slowly, carefully, by researchers, patiently comparing ancient bone fragments against modern genetic databases, the same way the body clock itself was written, slowly and carefully, across hundreds of thousands of years of an ice age that ended long before any of this science existed to study it. There is a particular kind of tension worth sitting with quietly now, having walked this far through the story. The circadian system we have spent so much of tonight tracing back to Ice Age Europe was shaped, across hundreds of thousands of years, by a world with exactly 2 reliable sources of light: the sun, rising and setting on its own unhurried schedule, and fire, small, warm, and limited in reach. That was the entire light environment the human circadian clock evolved to interpret. Nothing else existed to confuse it. The modern world your body actually lives in looks nothing like that anymore, and it has changed with a speed that evolution, which works in scales of tens of thousands of years, simply has not had time to catch up with. Electric lighting arrived, in any widespread form, only within the last century and a half. Screens, glowing directly into the eyes for hours each evening, arrived within the last few decades. The ordinary suprachiasmatic nucleus, that small cluster of light-sensing neurons inherited in part from a population that last saw electric light never, is now being asked to interpret an environment saturated with artificial brightness at every hour, including precisely the hours, the deep blue evening hours, when its ancient programming expects darkness to begin signalling the approach of sleep. This mismatch helps explain something many people experience without ever connecting it back to deep evolutionary history: the particular difficulty of falling asleep after an evening spent under bright screens or harsh indoor lighting. The blue-enriched light emitted by most phones, tablets, and computer displays sits close to the same wavelength range the eye's circadian light receptors are most sensitive to, the same wavelength range that, throughout almost all of human evolutionary history, only ever appeared during daylight hours. A clock built across hundreds of thousands of years to treat that particular quality of light as a clear signal that day has not yet ended struggles, quite reasonably, to understand why it is still being shown that same signal at 10 o'clock at night. For people who happen to carry a stronger version of the Neanderthal-derived morningness variants discussed earlier, this mismatch can express itself in a particular, recognizable way. A clock already inclined to run a little fast, to anticipate dawn a little early, sits in even greater tension with a modern evening environment full of artificial light pushing the felt experience of day later and later. Some research on chronotype and modern lifestyle has suggested that naturally early-leaning individuals may experience this particular friction more acutely, caught between a biology still calibrated for a world of strict, simple daylight boundaries and a culture that increasingly recognizes no boundary between day and night at all. Shift work makes this tension considerably sharper still. Modern economies routinely ask bodies to remain alert and functional through the night, and to sleep, if at all, during daylight hours the ancient circadian system was built to treat as the most important and least sleep-appropriate part of any 24-hour cycle. Researchers studying shift workers consistently find elevated rates of sleep disorders, metabolic disruption, and mood difficulties, a pattern entirely consistent with everything this story has covered tonight about how closely circadian timing, light exposure, and mood appear to be intertwined at a biological level. All of it traceable, in part, back to machinery, first assembled for an entirely different and much simpler kind of world. None of this is offered as cause for worry, especially not at this particular hour, with your own body already settling gently toward rest. It is offered instead as a kind of quiet explanation, a way of understanding a familiar private experience, the particular ease or difficulty of a given person's relationship with sleep, as something rooted in a long, traceable biological history, rather than a personal failing or a simple matter of discipline. The clock inside you is doing exactly what an ancient clock would be expected to do when placed inside a thoroughly modern world, its best, with the tools it was given, adapting where it can, straining a little where the mismatch runs deepest. There is, fortunately, something genuinely reassuring buried inside this same body of research, and it is the thread we will follow into the next chapter. However strongly any particular ancient variant nudges a person's natural tendency, the actual expression of chronotype in any single individual remains remarkably flexible, shaped as much by habit, environment, and simple consistency as by any inherited tendency alone. The Neanderthal clock inside you is a starting tendency, not a fixed sentence. And understanding that distinction turns out to matter quite a lot for how gently a person can hold their own relationship with sleep. It is worth being honest, gently and clearly, about the limits of everything we have walked through tonight, because genetics is a field unusually prone to being oversimplified into tidy, deterministic stories that the underlying science does not actually support. The Neanderthal-derived circadian variants discussed throughout tonight's story are real, well-documented and statistically reliable across very large populations. They are also, individually and even collectively, only one modest contributor among many to any single person's actual chronotype. Twin studies, which compare identical twins, who share essentially all of their genetic material, against fraternal twins, who share only about half, offer one of the clearest ways researchers have to estimate how much of any given trait is shaped by genetics versus environment. These studies consistently find that chronotype is meaningfully heritable, with genetics accounting for somewhere in the range of 40 to 50% of the variation between individuals, a substantial figure, but one that leaves roughly half of the picture shaped by other factors entirely. Childhood habits, work schedule, light exposure patterns, age, even cultural expectations around when a day is supposed to begin and end. This means two people could, in principle, carry an identical set of Neanderthal-derived morningness variants and still end up with noticeably different actual sleep patterns, depending on how each person's life happened to unfold around that shared genetic starting point. One might work a job that reinforces an early schedule, sleep in a dark, quiet bedroom, and rarely look at a bright screen after sunset, allowing the underlying genetic tendency to express itself clearly. The other might work irregular hours, sleep in a room with streetlight leaking through thin curtains, and spend every evening scrolling under bright blue light, gradually training a naturally early-leaning body into behaving, at least outwardly, like a considerably later one. Chronotype, in other words, behaves something like a tendency rather than a fixed identity, closer to a person's natural resting heart rate than to something as fixed as eye colour. It sets a baseline, a default lean, a direction the body will gently drift toward when left entirely to its own devices, without external pressure pushing it elsewhere. But it remains responsive throughout a person's entire life, to consistent external signals, particularly the timing and intensity of light exposure, which research consistently identifies as the single most powerful external lever available for nudging the circadian system in one direction or another. There is something quietly freeing in understanding the inheritance this way, rather than as a fixed verdict handed down from a distant ancestor. A person who has always struggled with early mornings, who has spent years feeling vaguely guilty or inadequate about being, in the popular shorthand, a night owl, is not fighting against some immovable Neanderthal program forcing a particular schedule on them. They are working with one input among many, a modest genetic lean that can be, and very often is, gently shaped over time by consistent light exposure, regular sleep timing, and patient, unhurried habit. Equally, a person who happens to carry several strong morningness variants and rises easily before dawn is not somehow more virtuous or more disciplined than someone who does not. They are simply working with a different inherited starting point, no more chosen, and no more a personal accomplishment than the colour of their eyes. Modern sleep researchers have increasingly come to describe chronotype this way, not as a label to be proud of or apologetic about, but as one piece of useful, descriptive information helpful for understanding why a particular schedule feels easy or difficult for a particular body, and helpful for designing a personal routine that works gently with that inherited tendency rather than constantly fighting against it. Some of that tendency, for a great many people listening tonight, happens to trace back, in a small but genuinely measurable way, to a population that lived and died on a cold continent 40,000 years before any alarm clock existed to argue with. We are nearing the end of this particular thread now, and it feels right before we close to step back from the genetics entirely for a moment and return to the people themselves, the actual Neanderthals whose biology started this entire chain of inheritance. Because the picture of who they were and how they actually lived turns out to be far richer and far more recognizably human than the old outdated stereotypes most people still carry. For much of the 20th century, Neanderthals were popularly imagined as a kind of evolutionary dead end, a slower, dimmer, more brutish branch of humanity that modern humans simply outcompeted and replaced. That picture has been almost entirely overturned by decades of careful archaeological and genetic work since, replaced by something far more complicated and considerably more moving. Neanderthals controlled fire reliably, maintaining hearths across long periods of habitation, using fire not just for warmth, but for cooking, for hardening the tips of wooden spears, and very likely for social gathering, the same way fire has drawn human attention and conversation in every culture studied since. Evidence from sites across Europe shows repeated, structured use of specific hearth locations within caves, suggesting deliberate, planned use of fire rather than opportunistic, rare encounters with it. They were skilled toolmakers, producing what archaeologists call Mousterian technology, a sophisticated stone tool tradition requiring real planning, foresight, and an understanding of how to select and shape raw material across multiple careful stages. They hunted large, dangerous game, including mammoths and woolly rhinoceros, using coordinated group strategies that required communication and shared intention among multiple individuals working together toward a common, difficult goal. Perhaps most striking of all, the archaeological record increasingly suggests that Neanderthals buried their dead, in at least some cases with apparent care and intention. At Shanidar Cave in present-day Iraq, excavations have revealed Neanderthal remains positioned in ways suggesting deliberate burial rather than incidental natural preservation, and some researchers have proposed evidence of pollen clusters near certain burials, originally interpreted as flowers placed with the dead, though this particular interpretation remains genuinely debated among specialists, with some suggesting the pollen may have arrived through other natural means. Even setting aside that specific and contested detail, the broader pattern of deliberate, careful body placement at multiple Neanderthal sites across different regions points towards something recognizable, an awareness of death as significant, as worth marking, as something more than simple biological cessation. There is evidence, still being actively studied and debated, that Neanderthals in Spain produced cave markings predating the earliest confirmed modern human arrival in the region by tens of thousands of years, raising the genuine possibility that symbolic mark-making, one of the foundational building blocks of art and culture, was not a uniquely modern human invention at all, but something both lineages were independently capable of, perhaps inherited from an even earlier common ancestor, shared before the two populations diverged hundreds of thousands of years ago. Their relationship with food, too, turns out to have been considerably more sophisticated than the old caricature of pure carnivorous brute force ever allowed. Analysis of hardened dental plaque recovered from Neanderthal teeth, preserving microscopic traces of what these individuals actually ate, has revealed evidence of cooked plant material, including starchy grains and other vegetation, alongside the expected traces of meat, indicating a varied, mixed diet far broader than once assumed. Some of that same dental analysis has even revealed traces of plants with no nutritional value but known medicinal properties, leading some researchers to suggest, cautiously, that Neanderthals may have used certain plants as a form of self-medication, an extraordinary hint of accumulated practical knowledge passed somehow between individuals and across generations. There is even tentative evidence, drawn from the same kind of careful microscopic analysis, that Neanderthals may have used fire not only for warmth and cooking, but for processing materials, including the production of a kind of adhesive tar, distilled from birch bark, used to have stone tools onto wooden handles, a process requiring careful temperature control and multiple deliberate steps, the kind of multi-stage planning once assumed to lie well beyond their capabilities. Each of these findings, gathered slowly and carefully across decades of patient research, adds another small correction to the long outdated picture, replacing the old caricature of dim brutishness with something steadily more recognizable, a capable, knowledgeable, resourceful population navigating a genuinely difficult world with accumulated skill and care. None of this is offered to romanticize or oversimplify a population whose actual lived experience we can only partially reconstruct from fragmentary physical remains. Neanderthal life was almost certainly difficult in ways modern life, for most people listening tonight, simply is not, short on average lifespan, frequently marked by serious physical injury, vulnerable to the genuine unpredictability of a cold, demanding climate, without any of the medical or technological buffers modern people take for granted. But it was, increasingly clearly, a fully human kind of difficulty, met with planning, cooperation, care for the dead, and quite possibly a developing relationship with symbol and meaning that looks recognisably like the early roots of culture itself. This matters for tonight's story in a quiet but important way. The population that handed down the circadian variants, the immune genes, the keratin, the pain threshold, the scattered fragments of mood and craving we have spent the whole night tracing, was not some lesser, simpler precursor to real humanity. It was a fully realised, fully capable population of people, navigating a genuinely difficult world with intelligence, cooperation, and apparent care for one another, shaped by hundreds of thousands of years of living somewhere specific, demanding, and cold. What survives in your genome tonight is not a relic from something lesser. It is an inheritance from people. And then, somewhere around 40,000 years ago, after surviving for several 100,000 years, across one of the most volatile climatic periods in recent Earth history, that population disappeared from the fossil record. The question of exactly why has occupied researchers for decades, and it is worth walking through gently, not because the answer is settled with full certainty, but because understanding how that ending unfolded changes how we understand the inheritance that followed it. Neanderthal populations appear to have begun shrinking and fragmenting gradually across Europe, somewhere between 45 and 40,000 years ago, with the very last known population surviving in isolated pockets, including parts of the Iberian Peninsula and Gibraltar, possibly persisting in small scattered numbers for some additional time after disappearing from most of the rest of their former range. There was no single dramatic event marking the end, no catastrophe arriving in a single season. The disappearance unfolded slowly, unevenly, across thousands of years, the way most real extinctions in the deep fossil record tend to, rather than the sudden, cinematic version popular imagination often prefers. Researchers studying this period have proposed several contributing factors, and the honest current scientific consensus is that no single explanation fully accounts for what happened, but rather a combination of pressures arriving together over a relatively short window of time on a population that may already have been small and somewhat fragile to begin with. Genetic studies of Neanderthal remains have found evidence of relatively low genetic diversity, consistent with a population that may never have grown especially large or especially widespread, even at its peak, leaving it less resilient to environmental shocks than a larger, more genetically varied population might have been. Climate instability appears to have played a real role. The period coincides with the lead up to a particularly severe and volatile stretch of the last ice age, marked by rapid, repeated swings between somewhat milder and dramatically colder conditions, a pattern of climatic whiplash that would have placed real, sustained pressure on any population already living close to the edge of what its environment could reliably support. Competition with the expanding modern human population, arriving in increasing numbers across the same Eurasian landscape during exactly this window, likely added further pressure, not necessarily through direct conflict, for which there is little clear archaeological evidence, but more plausibly through more diffuse and slow-acting competition for the same limited resources. The same prey animals, the same favourable shelter sites, the same seasonal hunting grounds, spread thinner across two populations than either had needed to share before. And there is the interbreeding itself, the very thread this entire story has been following all night, which some researchers have proposed may have played its own quiet role in the ending. If modern human populations were considerably larger and continuing to grow during this period, while Neanderthal populations remained small and were continuing to interbreed with them, it is mathematically possible for a smaller population to be gradually absorbed into a much larger one through repeated intermixing, generation after generation, until what remains is no longer a separate, distinct population at all, but simply a dissolved, scattered set of genetic contributions carried forward inside the larger group. Under this view, Neanderthals did not vanish so much as they were, in some small final measure, woven into the population that continued. This is, in its own quiet way, a gentler ending than the old, more dramatic story of violent replacement that once dominated popular imagination. It does not erase the real loss involved, the disappearance of a distinct, fully realized population, hundreds of thousands of years of accumulated culture, knowledge, and adaptation, gone as a separate, continuing thread of human history. But it offers a more honest, more complete picture of what actually happened. Not a clean ending, but a slow, partial dissolving, leaving behind, scattered through the genomes of billions of people alive today, small surviving fragments of exactly the kind we have spent all night tracing. The clock that wakes you a little early, the nerve that notices a small discomfort a touch sooner than it might, the skin that tans the way it does, the immune system quietly running defences against threats faced on a cold continent 40,000 years ago, the small inherited tilt in mood, in craving, in the particular shape of a sleeping body's relationship with light and dark. None of it is a relic from something lost entirely. It is what remained. It is, in the most literal biological sense available, what continued. A great many people have, without necessarily realizing the full weight of what they were doing, already gone looking for their own personal piece of this story. Consumer genetic testing services, the kind that ask a person to mail in a small vial of saliva in exchange for an ancestry report, routinely include, somewhere in the results, a specific estimate of total Neanderthal ancestry, usually expressed as a percentage and a relative ranking, compared against other customers in the same database. Millions of people have now seen this number attached to their own name. It is worth understanding exactly what that number is, and is not measuring, because it is easy to misread. The reported percentage reflects the estimated total proportion of a person's genome, made up of identifiable Neanderthal-derived segments, typically falling somewhere between 1.5% and 2.5% for most people of non-African ancestry, with some individuals running modestly higher or lower, depending on the specific combination of ancient interbreeding events their particular ancestral lines happen to pass through. It does not, on its own, indicate whether a person carries any one specific variant discussed tonight: the Circadian genes, the pain threshold variant, the immune cluster. A person could carry a relatively high overall Neanderthal percentage while happening not to carry the specific morningness variants at all, or a relatively low overall percentage while carrying several of them. The total percentage and any single specific trait are related, but not the same measurement. Some of the more detailed consumer genetic reports have begun breaking this down further, identifying specific Neanderthal-derived traits a particular customer is more or less likely to carry, sometimes including sleep-related variants directly, alongside more visible traits like skin tone response to sun or particular hair characteristics. For anyone curious whether they personally carry some piece of the specific circadian inheritance discussed throughout tonight's story, this kind of detailed report is currently the most accessible way an ordinary person could actually find out, though it is worth holding any single consumer report with appropriate scientific humility, since these estimates continue to be refined as the underlying research, much of it discussed in this very story, continues to develop. There is something worth sitting with in the strange modern ritual this has become. Ordinary people, in living rooms and kitchens around the world, opening an app or a web page and being told, often for the very first time, a specific number connecting their own individual body back to a population that vanished 40,000 years ago. For most of human history, this kind of deep ancestral knowledge simply was not available to anyone. It existed, if it existed at all, only in the careful long-term work of specialized researchers studying ancient bones in laboratories. Now it sits quietly, inside the personal records of tens of millions of ordinary people, a piece of genuinely ancient history, made suddenly, almost casually, personal. Whether or not a person has ever taken one of these tests, whether or not they know their own specific percentage. The underlying biology discussed throughout tonight remains true regardless. The clock genes are there or they are not, doing their quiet work whether or not anyone has ever gone looking for confirmation. The number on a screen simply makes visible something that was always, invisibly, already present. The way a photograph does not create a person's face, but simply makes it possible to see clearly what was there all along. We have walked tonight through a great many small specific threads of inheritance, and it may help now to gather them gently together into a single, quieter picture before we let the story rest. Somewhere in the genome of a great many people listening right now sits a small cluster of circadian variants, first shaped across hundreds of thousands of years in a population living through the long, demanding seasons of Ice Age Europe, where usable daylight could shrink in deep winter to only a precious handful of hours. That same population, the evidence increasingly suggests, devoted an unusually large share of its visual and neurological resources to seeing clearly in dim and shifting light, a body and brain tuned, in more than one way, to a world where light itself was scarce and worth tracking closely. Their bodies ran compact and warm, built to retain heat through brutal winters. Their nervous systems carried a slightly heightened sensitivity to minor injury, perhaps a quiet early warning system useful in a world without modern medicine. Their immune systems carried defences already calibrated to pathogens specific to the Eurasian landscape they had occupied for hundreds of thousands of years before any modern human ever arrived there. Somewhere around 50 to 60,000 years ago, give or take the steadily refining margins researchers continue to narrow, that population met an expanding wave of modern humans moving out of Africa, in encounters scattered across thousands of years and a wide stretch of Eurasian geography. Children were born from those encounters, carrying forward a blended inheritance, some of which proved harmful enough to be steadily filtered out over tens of thousands of subsequent years, and some of which proved useful enough or simply neutral enough to persist quietly into the present day. What persisted touches, as we have seen tonight, an unexpectedly wide range of present-day human experience. The particular ease or difficulty of an early morning, the threshold at which an ordinary touch begins to register as pain, the way skin responds to a long afternoon in the sun, a modest tilt in vulnerability or resilience to depression, tangled up, in ways researchers are still carefully working out, with that same ancient relationship between light, timing, and mood. A heightened tendency toward nicotine dependence, an echo of reward pathways shaped for problems that no longer exist. A faster clotting wound, a trait perfectly suited to a dangerous hunting life, carrying a different and more complicated cost across a much longer modern lifespan. And further out from a related but separate ancient population, the Denisovans, met along a different stretch of the same long migration, an entirely different gift. The capacity to breathe easily in air too thin for most other humans, still carried today by populations living high on the Tibetan plateau, a direct genetic loan from a population whose own bones were first identified from a single finger fragment in a Siberian cave. None of these inheritances arrived through any plan, any intention, any deliberate design. They arrived the way all genetic inheritance arrives, through the simple, accumulating fact of bodies meeting other bodies, generation after generation, across an almost unimaginable span of time, each useful fragment surviving not because anyone chose it, but because slowly, patiently, across tens of thousands of years of natural selection, it simply kept proving worth keeping. If you are still here, still listening, somewhere behind your closed eyes, this same quiet machinery is doing exactly what it has always done. The clock is running. The light receptors in your retina, whether dimmed by darkness or distracted by the last glow of a screen, are reporting back to that small cluster of neurons above your optic nerves, gently nudging your whole body, cell by cell, toward whatever hour it has been calibrated, across hundreds of thousands of years and one final population that no longer exists to expect rest to begin. Before we let this story rest, it is worth gathering up a few more scattered fragments of the inheritance, ones that did not fit neatly into the earlier chapters, but that round out the picture of just how broadly this ancient population's biology has woven itself into the present day. None of these threads relate directly to sleep, but each one adds another small piece to the same underlying story, a population shaped by a specific demanding environment, leaving behind solutions that an expanding modern human population could simply inherit rather than having to evolve from scratch. One of the more striking examples involves the shape of the human nose. Researchers studying the genetics of facial structure identified a gene called EVC2 involved in shaping cartilage and bone development during growth, carrying a Neanderthal-derived variant associated with a taller, more protruding nasal profile in present-day carriers. The likely original function returns to a theme already familiar from earlier in tonight's story. A taller, more structured nasal cavity may have helped warm and humidify cold, dry air before it reached the lungs. The same basic logic behind the prominent Neanderthal mid-face, discussed back at the very beginning of this journey, now traced down to a specific identifiable gene still shaping faces today. A separate and particularly elegant example comes not from Neanderthals, but once again from their Denisovan cousins, and it concerns an entirely different population, the indigenous people of Greenland and other Arctic regions. Researchers studying a cluster of genes called FADS, which regulate how the body processes fatty acids from food, found that Greenlandic Inuit populations carry a distinctive variant, allowing for unusually efficient metabolism of the marine fats that dominate a traditional Arctic diet rich in fish and marine mammals. When researchers traced the ancestry of this particular variant, they found it traced back to Denisovan ancestry, another clear example of a population already adapted to a specific, demanding environmental niche handing forward, through ancient interbreeding, a ready-made metabolic solution to a population that would go on to depend on that exact solution for survival in one of the most challenging environments humans have ever permanently settled. There is also a broader, almost dizzying fact worth holding for a moment, one that reframes everything discussed across this entire story. While any single living person carries only a small fraction, typically 1.5 to 4%, of their own individual genome from Neanderthal ancestry, researchers comparing genetic data across very large numbers of present-day people have found that, collectively, an estimated 20 to 40% of the entire Neanderthal genome can still be found, scattered in small surviving fragments, somewhere across the full present-day human population. No single living person carries anywhere near this much, but spread out across billions of people, each carrying a different small assortment of inherited fragments, a remarkably large proportion of an extinct population's complete genetic blueprint continues to exist, distributed invisibly through the bodies of the population that, in some quiet sense, absorbed it. Sit with that image for a moment, gently, the way you might sit with a particularly striking piece of music rather than analyze it. Somewhere out across the world tonight, in homes and apartments and rooms not unlike the one you're in right now, other people are also drifting towards sleep, each one carrying their own small, different scattering of this same ancient inheritance. No two people carry quite the same fragments, but together, spread thin across an enormous living population, something very close to the complete biological blueprint of a population that vanished 40,000 years ago continues, quietly, to exist, carried forward not in any single body, but in the species as a whole. It is, in its own understated way, a kind of survival. Not the survival of a population which truly did end, its last distinct members fading from the fossil record somewhere around 40,000 years ago, but the survival of information, of solved problems, of hard-won biological answers to the question of how to live through a cold and demanding world, passed forward, fragment by fragment, into bodies that would go on to spread across deserts and rainforests, mountains and coastlines, the entire range of environments a single small population of Ice Age hunters could never have imagined existed. There is a particular kind of stillness that settles in once a long story like this one finally turns toward its close, and it feels right to spend these last few minutes simply sitting inside that stillness with you, rather than introducing anything new. We have covered a great deal of ground tonight, hundreds of thousands of years of it, and very little of it requires remembering in any precise detail. What matters, if anything matters at all at this particular hour, is simply the shape of the thing, the overall feeling of it, settling quietly into place somewhere in the back of your mind as the rest of you lets go. Somewhere on a cold plain in Ice Age Europe, a population of people you will never know the names of lived through winters longer and darker than almost anyone alive today will ever personally experience. Their bodies learned, across hundreds of thousands of years, to wake early, to watch the light closely, to notice small pains quickly, to fight off infection efficiently, to heal wounds fast because the world demanded exactly that of them, every single day, for longer than is easy to truly comprehend. And then, in a series of quiet, scattered, intimate meetings stretched across thousands of years, some of what those bodies had learned became part of an entirely different population, not through any plan, not through anything resembling intention, simply through proximity, through contact, through the plain biological fact of two kinds of humans living close enough for long enough to become, briefly, family. That inheritance did not stop where the Neanderthals themselves stopped. It kept moving, generation after generation, through tens of thousands of years of human history, through ice ages and warm periods, through the rise of agriculture and cities and writing and everything that came after, completely indifferent to any of it, simply continuing to do the quiet biological work it had always done. It is doing that work right now, in you, whether or not you ever go looking for confirmation of it, whether or not any of the details from tonight happen to stay with you past these next few minutes. If you are someone who finds mornings easy, who wakes before the world around you is fully stirred, some small part of that ease may trace back, through an unbroken chain of inheritance, to a person who once stood at the mouth of a cave in the grey hour before dawn, watching the light change over a landscape that has not existed in exactly that form for 40,000 years. If you are someone who finds mornings difficult, that too is simply part of your own particular inheritance, shaped by a different combination of factors, no less real, no less yours. Either way, right now, in this exact moment, the same essential machinery is doing what it has always done. The light around you, however dim, however far the day has already receded, is being read by cells in the back of your eyes built for exactly this purpose. That information is travelling quietly toward a small cluster of neurons sitting just above where your optic nerves cross, neurons descended through an unbroken biological lineage from creatures that have existed in some form for hundreds of millions of years, carrying somewhere inside their modern human version a handful of small adjustments first made by a population that lived and died on a cold, distant continent. Let your breathing slow further now. There is nothing left to track, nothing left to follow, no more thread left to trace tonight. The clock inside you knows exactly what to do from here. It has known for longer than memory exists. All that is left is to let it. Let the science rest for a few minutes now, and let yourself simply sit inside a single imagined day, built carefully from everything archaeology has actually recovered about how these people likely lived, rather than from guesswork or invention. Somewhere in what is now the Dordogne region of southern France, perhaps 60,000 years ago, a limestone overhang shelters a small group of people from a wind that has not stopped moving for 3 days. The hearth sits near the back wall, far enough from the opening to avoid the worst of the draught, close enough that smoke can still find its way out through a natural gap in the rock above. It has been burning, in some form, for longer than anyone sheltering here can remember, fed carefully through each night, banked low before sleep, coaxed back to life each morning from a bed of patient embers, rather than struck fresh each time. Fire, at this latitude, in this season, is not a convenience. It is the difference between a survivable night and one that is not. Outside, the sky over the river valley is doing the slow, grey work of dawn. The kind of dawn this far north and this deep into autumn arrives reluctantly, without urgency, light gathering by degrees rather than announcing itself all at once. The first to stir is an older woman, the kind of figure archaeologists studying bones bearing the marks of a long, hard, survived life have found again and again across Neanderthal sites. Evidence that age and experience were valued enough, cared for enough, to allow some individuals to live well past the injuries and hardships that would have killed a less protected member of the group. She moves to the hearth first, the way the first to wake in any household across any era of human history tends to do, settling the fire back into usefulness before anyone else needs to ask. Her breath is visible in the cold air drifting in from the cave mouth. Her hands, thick-knuckled, move with the unhurried efficiency of a task performed thousands upon thousands of times before, across a lifetime spent waking, reliably, before the rest of the world around her had quite finished deciding whether the day had truly begun. Outside, the actual hunting will not begin for some hours yet, not until there is enough usable light to track and follow large, dangerous animals across uneven, frost-hardened terrain. But the early hours are not wasted. Stone tools are checked, edges tested against a thumb, a cracked one set aside to be reworked later. Hides stretched. The previous evening are checked for how well they have dried overnight. Children, if there are children sheltering here this season, are watched closely near the fire while the adults move through the quiet, practical choreography of a morning that has been repeated, with only minor variation, for longer than any single human lifetime could possibly track. There is no sense, watching a morning like this unfold, of anyone consulting an internal schedule, weighing whether to rise early or sleep longer. The body simply does what the body has always done at this hour, at this latitude, in this season. Wake with the first usable grey light. Tend the fire. Begin the work the day will require. Because the daylight available to do that work, this deep into autumn, this far north, is short, precious, and entirely unwilling to wait for anyone who sleeps through it. By the time true morning has fully arrived, the small group sheltering beneath this limestone overhang has already accomplished a quiet, unremarkable amount of ordinary work, the kind that leaves almost no trace in any archaeological record beyond the faintest scatter of worked stone and the blackened ring of an ancient hearth. They will hunt later, when the light is fuller and the cold has eased enough to make tracking practical. For now, the morning belongs to maintenance, to small, careful tasks, to the quiet, patient rhythm of bodies already awake and already working, while the rest of the valley around them is still deciding whether the day has truly begun. This is not a dramatic scene. It was never meant to be. It is simply, as best as careful archaeological reconstruction allows us to imagine it, an ordinary morning, repeated with only minor variation across hundreds of thousands of mornings, across hundreds of thousands of years, by a population whose bodies were shaped slowly and completely by exactly this kind of repetition. And somewhere inside that unremarkable repeated morning, the precise biological tendency we have spent all night tracing was being quietly reinforced, generation after generation, written more deeply into the bodies of the people living it with every single sunrise they woke ahead of. It is worth letting this image rest in your mind for a moment as you drift further toward your own sleep tonight, in a room this ancient woman could never have imagined, under light she could never have conceived of, at an hour she would recognize instantly regardless. The grey hour before sleep takes hold. The fire, however different yours might look from hers, settling toward its own quiet ember. The body doing what bodies have always done at this particular threshold, letting go, generation after generation, into whatever comes next. It is worth understanding, before tonight's story closes, just how remarkable a technical achievement it actually is that any of this can be known at all. DNA is a fragile molecule, and the conditions inside most ancient burial sites, fluctuating temperature, groundwater, bacterial activity, microbial decay, work steadily against its survival across tens of thousands of years. For a long time, many researchers assumed that recovering usable ancient human DNA from anything older than a few thousand years would simply prove impossible in most circumstances, the molecule too degraded, too fragmented, too thoroughly contaminated by the more recent DNA of everything that had touched a bone or a cave floor since. The breakthrough that changed this came through years of patient methodological refinement, much of it led by Svante Pääbo's team at the Max Planck Institute, developing increasingly sophisticated techniques for identifying which fragments of recovered DNA were genuinely ancient and which were modern contamination, often from the very researchers and museum staff who had handled a specimen across decades of study. Ancient DNA carries characteristic chemical damage patterns, a kind of molecular wear pattern that distinguishes it from fresher genetic material, and learning to read those patterns reliably took years of careful, unglamorous laboratory work before the first usable Neanderthal genome could finally be assembled and published in 2010. An even more remarkable extension of this technique emerged in the years that followed, one that radically expanded what researchers could study. Scientists discovered that usable ancient human DNA does not require a bone or a tooth at all. It can, in some circumstances, be recovered directly from cave sediment itself, dirt and dust that has simply accumulated, undisturbed, on a cave floor for tens of thousands of years, carrying within it microscopic traces of skin cells, hair, and other biological materials shed by the people and animals who once lived there. This technique, known as sedimentary ancient DNA analysis, has allowed researchers to detect the presence of Neanderthals and Denisovans at sites where no actual bones from either population have ever been found, simply by sequencing the genetic material quietly embedded in the floor of a cave they once sheltered inside. Using this method, researchers working at Denisova Cave were able to establish, with considerable precision, the layered timeline of which population, Neanderthal, Denisovan, or eventually modern human, occupied the site during different periods across tens of thousands of years, reading the history directly out of the dirt itself, the way a much earlier chapter of this very story described reading the history of an ancient climate disaster directly out of layered stone. The methods differ. The underlying idea does not. The world keeps its own quiet record in materials patient enough to hold a signal for tens of thousands of years, waiting for someone eventually to learn how to read it. This matters for how we understand everything discussed tonight, because it is easy, hearing a story built from genetics and statistics, to imagine the underlying science as somehow abstract or theoretical. It is not. It rests on physical, recoverable material, actual fragments of actual molecules, extracted from actual bones and actual dirt, in actual caves, through years of meticulous laboratory technique, compared letter by letter against the genomes of hundreds of thousands of living, breathing volunteers who agreed to have their own DNA sequenced and studied. Every claim made across tonight's story traces back, eventually, to this kind of patient, physical, hard-won evidence. There is something quietly moving in recognizing just how recently all of this became possible. For the overwhelming majority of human history, including all of recorded history, all of written language, every empire and kingdom and ordinary human life ever lived, this entire body of knowledge simply did not exist and could not have existed. The technology to read this particular story directly out of ancient bone and cave dirt has existed for less than 2 decades. We are, in a very real sense, among the very first humans ever to have access to this specific kind of knowledge about where so much of our own biology actually came from. Tony Capra, discussing the Circadian findings that anchor so much of tonight's story, made a point worth dwelling on a little further. Researchers know from studying many other species that animals living across wide ranges of latitude routinely develop circadian systems specifically tuned to the particular light patterns of the region they inhabit. This is not a uniquely human phenomenon. It is one of the most consistent and well-documented patterns in the entire study of animal behavior and physiology, observed again and again across an enormous range of unrelated species. Arctic ground squirrels, for instance, living at latitudes where summer can bring nearly continuous daylight and winter can bring the opposite extreme, have evolved circadian systems capable of essentially shutting down the usual daily clock altogether during certain seasons, relying instead on other internal cues to regulate behavior when the normal light signal becomes too extreme or too constant to provide useful information. Migratory birds, crossing vast distances between breeding and wintering grounds at dramatically different latitudes, carry circadian systems flexible enough to recalibrate quickly to entirely new light schedules within days of arrival, an adaptation essential to survival for any creature whose life depends on tracking the changing seasons across enormous geographic distances. Even within a single species, researchers have found measurable differences in circadian timing between populations living at different latitudes. Studies of Drosophila, the common fruit fly long used as a foundational model organism in genetics research, have found that populations living closer to the poles carry genetic variants associated with stronger seasonal responsiveness than populations living nearer the equator. The same broad pattern the Capra team proposed for Neanderthals, observed independently in a creature separated from humans by hundreds of millions of years of evolutionary history. This kind of convergence, the same basic adaptive logic appearing again and again across wildly different branches of the animal kingdom, is one of the clearest signs biologists have that a particular evolutionary explanation is likely correct rather than coincidental. Domestic dogs offer a closer and perhaps more intuitive parallel. Breeds developed in far northern regions, sled dogs bred across generations in Arctic and subarctic conditions, show physiological adaptations to extreme seasonal light variation that more southerly breeds simply do not share. evidence of the same basic evolutionary logic operating on a much more recent and much more deliberately observed timescale, shaped by humans selectively breeding dogs suited to specific demanding environments rather than purely by natural selection alone. This comparative context matters for how we hold the Neanderthal story tonight. It would be easy to hear a claim like an ancient human population evolved a circadian system specifically tuned to high-latitude seasonal light and wonder whether researchers were reaching for a neat, satisfying story rather than a genuinely well-supported one. The comparative evidence from across the animal kingdom suggests otherwise. This is exactly the kind of adaptation evolutionary biology would predict for any species spending hundreds of thousands of years at high latitude, and exactly the kind of adaptation documented independently and repeatedly in species ranging from fruit flies to ground squirrels to migratory birds to working dogs. The Neanderthal circadian story is not an unusual or surprising claim sitting outside the normal patterns of evolutionary biology. It is, if anything, exactly what should have been expected, confirmed only once the genetic tools needed to actually test it finally became available. There is a kind of quiet reassurance in recognizing this. The story tonight is not a strange, isolated curiosity about one particular extinct population. It is one specific, well-documented example of a pattern that appears to be written into the basic logic of life itself, wherever life has had to contend with the changing angle of light across a turning, tilted planet. Bodies adapt to the rhythm of the place they live. They have always done this, across every branch of the animal kingdom, for as long as light and darkness have alternated across the surface of the earth. You're simply one more example, carrying forward, in your own particular and personal way, an inheritance every living thing under that same turning sky has had to negotiate in its own fashion. It helps sometimes to step back from any single gene or any single trait, and simply consider the scale of what we have actually been discussing tonight, because the numbers involved are large enough to be genuinely difficult to picture clearly. Current global population estimates place the number of people alive today at somewhere above 8 billion. Of that enormous total, the majority trace at least part of their ancestry outside of Africa, the specific demographic group most likely to carry measurable Neanderthal ancestry, since the relevant interbreeding events occurred after early modern human populations had already begun migrating out of the African continent. This means a substantial majority of all living humans, several billion people scattered across every inhabited continent, in nearly every country, speaking nearly every language currently spoken, carry some identifiable trace of Neanderthal DNA in their own personal genome. This is not a rare or unusual inheritance confined to some small specific population. It is, statistically, closer to the ordinary condition of being human for the majority of people alive on Earth today, a quiet, scattered, almost universal thread woven through an extraordinarily large share of the modern human population. Picture, for a moment, the sheer geographic spread this represents. A farmer in rural Vietnam carries some of it. A software engineer in Stockholm carries some of it. A grandmother in Buenos Aires, a student in Seoul, a fisherman off the coast of Norway, a teacher in rural Kenya whose ancestry traces back through populations that migrated out of and later returned to the African continent. Each one, in their own individual way, carries a different small assortment of fragments from the same underlying ancient inheritance this story has spent all night tracing. Different combinations, different specific variants, but drawn from the same deep well, the same vanished population, the same distant cold continent. There is something quietly extraordinary in recognizing that this single, specific story, an extinct human population, a series of intimate ancient meetings, a handful of surviving genetic fragments, connects, in some small biological way, to such an enormous share of everyone currently alive on the planet. It is one of the very few threads of deep history genuinely shared, in some literal physical sense, by billions of people who otherwise share almost nothing else in common. Not language, not culture, not geography, not any living memory of one another's existence. And it reaches further than population statistics alone can fully capture. Every one of those billions of people carrying this inheritance is also, each night, going through some version of the exact same process this story has spent so long describing, a body settling towards sleep, a circadian clock running its quiet ancient program, light receptors reporting back to a small cluster of neurons that has been doing this same essential work for longer than human memory extends. At this very hour, across every time zone on Earth, an enormous overlapping wave of people are moving through this same biological transition, each one carrying their own small piece of the same deep, shared, mostly invisible inheritance, drifting in their own separate rooms and separate cities and separate languages toward the same ancient and entirely ordinary destination. You are, in this very specific and very real sense, never quite as alone in this moment as it might sometimes feel, settling into a quiet room at the end of a long day. Billions of bodies, scattered across this turning planet, are doing exactly what your body is doing right now, guided by machinery that, for a great many of them, traces back through the very same distant population, the very same cold and vanished world, the very same final small contribution from people who could never have imagined where their inheritance would eventually travel. It would be dishonest, and frankly a disservice to the actual texture of good science, to present everything covered tonight as a single, fully settled, unanimous consensus. Genuine scientific fields, especially fast-moving ones built on cutting-edge genomic methods, are rarely that tidy, and the study of Neanderthal genetic inheritance is no exception. It is worth spending a little time, gently, walking through where real, ongoing scientific debate still exists, because understanding those debates actually makes the underlying findings more trustworthy, not less. One area of active discussion involves exactly how strong and how universal the circadian morningness effect actually is across different populations. The foundational 2023 study led by Capra and colleagues drew primarily on data from European ancestry participants in the UK Biobank, simply because that database happens to be the largest and most thoroughly documented genetic resource currently available. Researchers, including Capra himself in interviews following publication, have been explicit that confirming whether the same pattern holds with equal strength in populations of East Asian, South Asian or indigenous American ancestry, each of which inherited Neanderthal DNA through somewhat different historical pathways, remains important ongoing work, not yet fully completed. There is also genuine debate about how to interpret correlation in studies of this kind. Finding that people carrying a particular Neanderthal-derived variant are statistically more likely to report being morning people establishes a real, repeatable association. It does not, on its own, prove the precise underlying biological mechanism with absolute certainty. Researchers continue working to confirm exactly how each specific variant affects gene expression, exactly which biological pathway each one operates through, and exactly how the various small effects combine and interact with one another inside any single person's actual physiology. The broad pattern is well supported. The fine mechanistic detail, gene by gene, remains an active area of ongoing investigation. The proposed connection between Neanderthal-derived circadian variants and depression risk, discussed earlier in tonight's story, sits in a similarly nuanced place. Researchers have found a real statistical association between certain Neanderthal-derived variants and mood-related outcomes, and a plausible, biologically coherent hypothesis connecting that association back to circadian and light exposure pathways. But depression itself is an enormously complex condition, shaped by an intricate combination of genetic, environmental, social and biochemical factors, and researchers studying this particular thread are careful to describe the Neanderthal contribution as one small contributing piece among very many, not as any kind of primary cause. Even the underlying premise of adaptive introgression, the idea that certain Neanderthal-derived variants survived specifically because they were actively useful rather than simply neutral and along for the ride, requires careful statistical work to establish convincingly for any individual gene. Distinguishing a variant that survived because natural selection actively favoured it from a variant that simply survived by chance, neither helped nor particularly hurt by its presence, demands large sample sizes, careful population genetic modelling, and methods that continue to be refined and improved as computational tools and available datasets keep growing year after year. None of this uncertainty should be mistaken for the findings being weak, unreliable, or likely to be overturned entirely by future research. The core discoveries discussed throughout tonight, that meaningful interbreeding occurred between Neanderthals, Denisovans, and modern humans, that specific identifiable genetic variants move between these populations as a direct result, and that several of those variants show statistically robust associations with present-day human traits, including circadian rhythm, are about as well established as findings in this particular field of science currently get, replicated across multiple independent research teams using different methods and different datasets. What remains genuinely open is the finer-grained detail, exactly how strong each individual effect is, exactly which populations show it most clearly, and exactly which precise biological mechanism connects an ancient genetic variant to a specific modern outcome. This is, in fact, simply what healthy science looks like at any given moment, a constantly sharpening picture rather than a single finished photograph. The story this entire night has walked through represents the current, careful, well-evidenced understanding of a genuinely young and rapidly developing field, one that has existed in its modern form for barely more than a decade. Future research will almost certainly add nuance, correct smaller details, and extend the picture further than anything covered tonight. But the broad shape of the story, an ancient population, a series of intimate meetings, a scattered genetic inheritance still quietly shaping the present, is unlikely to be overturned. It is instead simply going to keep getting clearer. There remain a few more threads of this inheritance worth gathering before the story turns fully toward rest, and one of the richest involves a part of the immune system called the HLA complex, short for human leukocyte antigen, a dense cluster of genes responsible for one of the most fundamental tasks any immune system performs, distinguishing the body's own cells from foreign invaders and presenting fragments of those invaders to immune cells so the body can mount an appropriate targeted defense. Researchers studying HLA variation across modern human populations found that several specific variants, present today at surprisingly high frequencies in some populations, particularly across parts of Europe and Asia, trace directly back to Neanderthal and Denisovan ancestry, having apparently provided enough of an immune advantage to spread rapidly and persist strongly through the generations that followed the original interbreeding events. The explanation researchers have proposed mirrors almost exactly the logic already discussed earlier in tonight's story regarding the toll-like receptor cluster on chromosome 4. Modern humans expanding into Eurasia were entering an immunological landscape shaped by pathogens, entirely unfamiliar to a population whose immune system had spent its entire prior evolutionary history adapting to African disease environments instead. Neanderthal and Denisovan populations, having already spent hundreds of thousands of years living alongside and developing defenses against these specific Eurasian pathogens, offered a kind of immunological shortcut, a pre-tested defense system available for inheritance rather than requiring the slow, costly process of independent evolution under direct selective pressure from unfamiliar disease. This pattern appears to have been so consistently valuable that some researchers studying the broader genomic landscape have suggested immune-related genes represent, by a meaningful margin, the single largest functional category of surviving archaic human DNA found anywhere in the modern genome, outweighing even the well-documented contributions to skin, hair, and circadian biology discussed at length earlier tonight. The body's defenses against disease, it seems, were simply too valuable a category of inherited information for natural selection to discard easily, even across the tens of thousands of years, and many intervening generations that have passed since the original ancient interbreeding actually occurred. There is a related and slightly more delicate thread worth mentioning here as well, concerning fertility and reproduction more broadly. Earlier in tonight's story, we discussed the Neanderthal deserts, the large stretches of the modern human genome, clustered heavily around the X chromosome and testis-specific genes, where almost no archaic ancestry survives at all, evidence of reduced fertility among certain hybrid offspring, particularly males. Alongside this pattern of loss, researchers have also identified a smaller number of surviving Neanderthal-derived variants specifically associated with reproductive traits in present-day women, including variants connected to progesterone receptor function, the hormone signaling system that plays a central role in regulating pregnancy. A study examining these particular variants found that women carrying the Neanderthal-derived version showed modestly different patterns of progesterone receptor expression compared to women carrying the more typical modern human version, with some research suggesting this difference may be associated with reduced bleeding during early pregnancy and a correspondingly lower risk of miscarriage in carriers, alongside a slightly increased likelihood of carrying a pregnancy to full term. If this finding holds up under continued research, and researchers studying it have urged appropriate caution, given the relatively modest sample sizes involved so far, it would represent yet another example of a genuinely beneficial trait, quietly surviving tens of thousands of years of natural selection, continuing to do real, measurable work inside a meaningful share of present-day carriers without most of them ever being aware it exists. Taken together, this widening collection of inherited fragments, immune defenses, reproductive hormone signaling, circadian timing, pain perception, skin and hair structure, mood regulation, addiction susceptibility, blood clotting efficiency, and the specialized altitude tolerance contributed separately by Denisov and Ancestry, begins to sketch something larger than any single trait considered alone. It sketches the outline of an entire ancient population's hard-won biological wisdom, accumulated across hundreds of thousands of years of surviving a genuinely difficult world, surviving not as a museum piece preserved in amber, but as a living, functioning, still active set of instructions, distributed in scattered pieces across billions of bodies who carry it forward, mostly without ever knowing, into lives their distant ancestors could not possibly have imagined. It is tempting, hearing a list this long, to want some tidy way of summarizing it, some single sentence capturing what it all means. The honest answer is that it resists easy summary, the same way any genuinely complex inheritance resists easy summary. It is not a single gift, and not a single burden. It is simply what survived, sorted slowly and patiently by tens of thousands of years of natural selection, carried forward by ordinary people having ordinary children, generation after generation, until it became, quietly and without anyone planning it this way, an inseparable part of what a great many people alive today actually are. There is a particular kind of comfort available in repetition, especially at this hour, and so it feels right now to slow down even further, to let the same handful of images return, gently, one more time, the way a tide returns to the same stretch of shore without ever quite repeating itself exactly. Somewhere far back on a cold continent under a sky that has long since changed its arrangement of stars, a population of people woke early because the light demanded it of them. They were not separate from us in any way that matters tonight. They cared for their old. They buried their dead with what looks, even now, like genuine tenderness. They kept fire alive through nights longer and colder than most people sheltering indoors tonight will ever personally have to survive. Their bodies learned the rhythm of scarce light the way any body learns what it must, slowly, across generations, without anyone choosing it, without anyone naming it, simply because the bodies that learned it survived a little more often than the ones that did not. And then, in a series of quiet meetings stretched across thousands of years and an enormous reach of geography, some part of that learning passed into another population entirely. It did not arrive as a gift exactly, because nothing about it was intentional. It arrived the way inheritance always arrives, through bodies meeting other bodies, through children carrying forward whatever combination of biology their particular parents happened to share. Some of what passed through that doorway did not survive the centuries that followed. Whole regions of the genome, the deserts we discussed earlier, simply could not hold on to what had been offered, and natural selection, patient and indifferent, slowly removed it. But some of it stayed. The clock genes stayed, the immune defenses stayed, the keratin, the pain threshold, fragments of mood and craving and the body's relationship to its own blood, all of it stayed, woven so thoroughly into the ordinary architecture of a body that almost no one carrying it has ever had reason to notice. It is staying right now in you if you happen to be one of the many people whose ancestry carries this particular thread. It does not announce itself. It has never once announced itself. Not across all the tens of thousands of years since the original interbreeding occurred, not across every single morning since, in every single body that has carried it forward. It simply does its work quietly, the way the best inherited things tend to do their work, without asking for acknowledgement, without requiring belief, continuing on regardless of whether anyone listening has ever once thought to wonder where their own particular relationship with morning actually came from. Tonight, having wondered, you can let the wondering rest now too. There is nothing further required of you, no new fact to hold on to, no detail that needs to survive past this moment into tomorrow. The information has done what information at this hour is meant to do. It has occupied your attention gently, slowly, without urgency, for long enough that the rest of you, the part of you that was always going to fall asleep regardless of whether you learned anything new tonight, has had the chance to ease itself loose from the day. Let your hands soften wherever they happen to be resting. Let your jaw soften too, that small persistent place so many bodies hold on to without noticing. Let the breath find its own slower rhythm, the one your body already knows, the one it has always known long before any of tonight's story existed to explain it. Somewhere behind your closed eyes the ancient relay continues. Light, or its absence, reported quietly upward. A small cluster of neurons doing what such clusters have always done in every body that has ever carried this particular inheritance forward. You do not need to manage it. You do not need to understand it any further than you already do. You only need to let it carry you the way it has always carried every person who came before you, gently, completely, into whatever comes next. There is one more thread worth following before tonight's story turns fully toward rest, and it returns us to the face itself, the same prominent Neanderthal mid-face and nasal structure discussed earlier in this story, though from an angle that connects directly and unexpectedly to a very common modern sleep disorder. Obstructive sleep apnea, a condition in which the soft tissue at the back of the throat repeatedly collapses during sleep, briefly blocking airflow and disrupting rest dozens or even hundreds of times across a single night, is closely linked. Researchers studying craniofacial anatomy have consistently found to the specific architecture of the upper airway. People with a narrower pharyngeal airway, a shorter jaw, or particular differences in how the bones of the face and throat are arranged appear to carry meaningfully higher risk for this kind of nighttime breathing disruption. Researchers studying the long arc of human facial evolution have proposed an intriguing possibility worth holding gently rather than treating as fully settled. Comparing the skull structure of Neanderthals against modern humans, several research teams have noted that the modern human face, across the tens of thousands of years since Neanderthals disappeared, has tended to grow somewhat more retracted, with a shorter jaw and a correspondingly more compact arrangement of the airway, compared with the more forward-projecting, robust facial structure typical of Neanderthals and other earlier members of the human lineage. One published analysis examining this evolutionary trajectory specifically proposed that this retraction, however it came to occur, may have introduced a kind of structural trade-off, a face built more compactly than its ancestral predecessor, potentially leaving somewhat less room for the soft tissue of the throat to sit without crowding, a pattern the researchers connected directly to two of the more significant modern consequences of this kind of facial architecture: an increased predisposition toward exactly the sort of airway obstruction responsible for obstructive sleep apnea, and a related increased risk of choking or aspiration during eating, both linked to a more crowded, more compact pharyngeal space than earlier members of our broader lineage are believed to have carried. This remains an active and still developing area of paleoanthropological research, and scientists studying it are appropriately cautious about how directly to draw the line from ancient skull shape to any single modern individual's specific risk of sleep apnea, since modern airway anatomy is also shaped considerably by other factors entirely, including diet, jaw development during childhood, body weight, and ordinary genetic variation unrelated to any archaic ancestry at all. But the underlying observation that the retracted, compact modern human jaw may represent a less spacious airway architecture than the more robust, forward-projecting Neanderthal face once provided, offers a genuinely interesting evolutionary frame for understanding why this particular sleep disorder is so widespread today, affecting, by some estimates, close to 1 billion adults worldwide in at least a mild form. There is a kind of quiet symmetry in closing this particular thread of tonight's story here, at the very edge of sleep itself. So much of what we have discussed tonight involves traits inherited directly from Neanderthal ancestry, surviving forward into the present. This particular thread runs in something closer to the opposite direction, a feature Neanderthals themselves may have carried more robustly than many people do today, a wider, more open airway shaped for cold, efficient breathing, gradually retreating across the tens of thousands of years since their lineage as a distinct population came to its own quiet end. Either way, whether your own particular airway leans more toward the compact modern arrangement, or carries some echo of the older, more spacious architecture, the same essential process is unfolding in you right now as your body settles towards sleep. Breath slowing, deepening, finding whatever rhythm your own particular anatomy allows it. An ancient, ordinary, endlessly repeated transition, carried out tonight exactly as it has been carried out by every single body, in every single generation, stretching back through every population this story has touched, all the way to a cave above a river valley, 60,000 years gone. It is worth pausing gently on a question that has been quietly sitting underneath this entire story since the very first chapter, a question that sounds almost too simple to need asking, and yet, once asked seriously, turns out to reshape almost everything that follows from it. What does it actually mean, biologically, to call someone human? And where, precisely, does the boundary of that word begin and end? For most of the 20th century, the answer seemed comfortably obvious. Homo sapiens were human. Neanderthals, classified separately as Homo neanderthalensis, were something related but distinct, a cousin species rather than a branch of the same tree, separated by a line firm enough that interbreeding, if it occurred at all, was assumed to have been so rare and so biologically unsuccessful as to leave no lasting trace in anyone alive today. The genetic evidence recovered over the past 15 years has quietly dissolved that comfortable certainty, replacing it with something messier, more interesting, and considerably more honest about how species boundaries actually function in the real, living world, rather than in the clean diagrams of an older textbook. Two populations capable of producing fertile offspring together, offspring who themselves went on to have children, whose descendants continued reproducing successfully across tens of thousands of subsequent years and are alive in the billions today, simply do not fit comfortably into the old, rigid idea of entirely separate species incapable of meaningful biological exchange. Whether Neanderthals deserve classification as a fully separate species or as a distinct subspecies of the same broader human lineage remains, even now, a genuinely live and unresolved debate among specialists, not because the underlying evidence is unclear, but because the very concept of a species, when applied to populations this closely related and this capable of successful interbreeding, starts to strain at its own definitional edges. What the genetic evidence makes unambiguous, regardless of which side of that particular taxonomic debate any individual researcher happens to favour, is something simpler and in some ways more important than the label itself. Neanderthals were close enough to the population that would become the rest of us, biologically, behaviourally, culturally, that meaningful numbers of children were born from their unions with modern humans. Children who thrived, who reproduced, who carried forward a real and lasting genetic contribution into the deep future of the human species. This is not the biology of two fundamentally alien creatures briefly and unsuccessfully crossing paths. It is the biology of close kin, separated by hundreds of thousands of years of independent geography and independent adaptation, but never separated so completely that reunion, when it finally happened, failed to produce a lasting, viable, thriving lineage. There is something worth sitting with in recognizing that the very fact you've been listening to this story tonight, carried by a body that may itself carry pieces of Neanderthal inheritance, is itself a kind of living argument in this old debate, walking around in the world, falling asleep in beds, in apartments, in cities. The original participants in this story could never have imagined existing. The line between Neanderthal and modern human, drawn so confidently in older textbooks, turns out, when examined closely enough, to run directly through the middle of an enormous share of the living human population, not as a clean boundary separating two distinct kinds of being, but as a soft, blended gradient, the genetic equivalent of a horizon where one colour of sky slowly, almost imperceptibly, gives way to another. This reframing matters for how we hold everything discussed across this entire night, because it changes the emotional register of the whole story, gently but significantly. This is not a story about one species borrowing useful tools from another, separate lesser species, the way a person might borrow a recipe or a technique from an unrelated culture. It is a story about family, in the most literal biological sense that word can carry, a story about ancestors and descendants, about grandparents and great-grandchildren stretched across a span of generations too long for any single family tree to hold, but family nonetheless, connected by exactly the same biological mechanisms that connect any parent to any child, repeated across tens of thousands of years until the connection itself became, for a great many people alive today, simply part of what their own body quietly is. And so the clock that wakes you early, if you happen to carry it, is not a borrowed tool, picked up second-hand from some distant, separate, lesser relative. It is an inheritance, in the fullest and warmest sense that word can hold, passed down the way any inheritance passes down a family line, through grandparents whose names have long since been lost to time, but whose biology, quietly, faithfully, continues doing exactly what it has always done, every single night, in every single body fortunate enough to carry it forward into the present. It is easy, hearing a story built around 2 or 3 named populations, Neanderthals, Denisovans, and the modern humans expanding out of Africa, to imagine the Pleistocene world as a tidy stage with only a small handful of characters upon it, each clearly defined, each occupying its own separate territory, meeting only rarely and only briefly before the story moves on toward its modern conclusion. But the actual fossil and genetic record, pieced together slowly and carefully over the past several decades by researchers working across dozens of countries and disciplines, paints a considerably more crowded and more genuinely strange picture of what the world actually held during this long stretch of deep time, a world in which, for hundreds of thousands of years and right up until shockingly recently on any reasonable evolutionary timescale, multiple, distinct human-like populations lived simultaneously across the planet, sometimes overlapping in territory, sometimes separated by vast distances of ocean or desert or mountain range, each one carrying its own particular adaptations to its own particular corner of an enormously varied Earth. On the island of Flores in present-day Indonesia, a small, strikingly diminutive population now known as Homo floresiensis, a nickname by the researchers who discovered them, the hobbits, survived in apparent isolation for an extraordinarily long span of time, their unusual small stature likely the product of island dwarfism, a well-documented evolutionary pattern in which large-bodied species, isolated on islands with limited resources and few large predators, tend over many generations to shrink considerably in size, and recent dating work has suggested this population may have persisted on Flores until remarkably late, potentially overlapping in time, though probably not in direct physical contact, with the earliest modern humans beginning to move through the wider region. Further north and east on the island of Luzon, in the present-day Philippines, researchers identified yet another previously unknown population, Homo luzonensis, known from a relatively small number of recovered teeth and bone fragments, but distinctive enough in their particular combination of features to warrant their own separate classification entirely. Another small, scattered, geographically isolated population quietly persisting on the margins of the better documented story, largely invisible to science until the specific accidents of fossil preservation and modern excavation finally brought their existence to light many tens of thousands of years after their own disappearance. And further back still, before any of the populations discussed throughout tonight's story had fully taken their familiar shape, an older and more widely distributed ancestor, generally referred to as Homo heidelbergensis, occupied enormous stretches of Africa, Europe, and parts of Western Asia, and is now widely considered by researchers to represent something close to the last shared common ancestor of the lineage that would eventually split into Neanderthals, Denisovans, and the population that became modern humans, each branch carrying forward its own particular inheritance from this earlier shared population, then refining and reshaping that inheritance across hundreds of thousands of additional years of separate, independent adaptation to whatever particular corner of the planet each branch eventually came to occupy. What this wider, more crowded picture actually reveals, once you sit with it carefully, is that the story this entire night has followed, the meeting between Neanderthals and modern humans and the genetic inheritance that followed from it, is not some uniquely strange or isolated episode in an otherwise simple linear human story, but rather one especially well-documented example of a far more general and far more persistent pattern, stretching across an enormous span of deep time, a pattern in which the human family tree was never, at any point across hundreds of thousands of years, a single clean trunk growing steadily upward toward a single inevitable destination, but was instead something closer to a wide, tangled, overlapping thicket of related branches, repeatedly meeting, mixing, separating, and occasionally disappearing entirely, until eventually, and not at all inevitably, only one branch remained standing, carrying forward inside itself small, scattered, quietly persistent fragments of nearly all the others. You are, in this fuller and considerably more complicated sense, not simply the descendant of a single clean ancestral line stretching back in an unbroken, uncomplicated thread toward some original founding population, but something closer to a living confluence, a single body carrying forward fragments gathered from an entire, crowded, overlapping family of related populations who once shared this planet together, most of them now gone entirely, a few of them, including the particular thread we have spent all night following, still quietly present, still quietly active, inside the very body currently settling, gradually and gently, towards sleep. Long before any of the genetic science discussed throughout tonight's story existed, before anyone had the faintest idea that an extinct human population might still be quietly influencing the sleep of billions of their living descendants, the very first physical evidence of Neanderthal existence was already sitting, unrecognized in scattered collections across Europe, waiting for someone to understand what they were actually looking at. The discovery that gave Neanderthals their name came in 1856, in a limestone quarry in the Neander Valley near Düsseldorf, Germany, when quarry workers blasting rock for industrial use uncovered a set of unusual bones inside a small cave, a heavy, sloping skull cap with a pronounced ridge above the eyes, along with several limb bones noticeably thicker and more robust than anything typically found in modern human remains. At the time, the scientific understanding needed to properly interpret this discovery simply did not yet exist. Charles Darwin's foundational work on evolution by natural selection would not be published for another 3 years, and the entire concept of an extinct related human population, distinct from modern humans yet clearly part of the same broader family, had no established scientific framework to be understood within at all. Early interpretations of the Neander Valley bones varied wildly and, viewed from the present, almost comically. Some researchers suggested the skeleton belonged to a modern human suffering from a severe pathological condition, perhaps rickets or some other developmental disorder, that had distorted otherwise ordinary bones into their unusual shape. Others proposed it might belong to a Cossack soldier from the Napoleonic Wars, his skull supposedly deformed by the pain of a difficult final illness. It took several more decades, and the discovery of additional similar skeletons at other sites across Europe, before the scientific community gradually accepted that these bones represented something genuinely new, an extinct population of ancient humans, distinct enough from modern humans to warrant their own classification, yet clearly related closely enough to belong within the same broader human story. The scientific reputation of this newly identified population suffered badly, however, from an unrelated and largely unfortunate accident of early paleontological misinterpretation. A particularly complete skeleton discovered at La Chapelle-aux-Saints in France in 1908 was reconstructed by an influential early researcher, Marcelin Boule, in a posture suggesting a stooped, slouching, almost ape-like gait, an interpretation later shown to be substantially mistaken, the result of Boule failing to account for the severe arthritis that had genuinely affected this particular elderly individual's spine during his actual lifetime. That single, flawed reconstruction shaped popular imagination of Neanderthals for the better part of a century, embedding the image of a hunched, brutish, barely upright creature so deeply into public consciousness that it took decades of careful subsequent research, much of it only completed within the lifetime of many people listening to this story tonight, to begin correcting the record towards something closer to the actual evidence, an upright, capable, fully functional population, walking with a posture not meaningfully different from a modern human's own. It is worth sitting gently with how recent and how hard-won the accurate modern picture of Neanderthals actually is. For roughly a century after their initial discovery, the population whose genetic inheritance has occupied this entire story tonight was widely understood, even among many scientists, as something closer to a failed evolutionary experiment than as the capable, resourceful, technologically sophisticated population the evidence actually supports. The genetic revolution discussed earlier tonight, beginning with Svante Pääbo's painstaking sequencing work and continuing through the large-scale population studies that followed it, did more than simply add new information to an already settled picture. It fundamentally rewrote the picture itself, replacing a century of inherited misconception with something considerably closer to the truth. A population capable enough, adaptable enough, and biologically compatible enough with modern humans that a meaningful share of everyone alive today carries forward a real, living, functioning piece of their inheritance. There is something quietly satisfying in recognizing this particular arc of the story, watching a population first misunderstood through a single damaged skeleton, and a series of unfortunate early misinterpretations gradually, patiently, scientifically rehabilitated across more than a century of careful subsequent work, until the truth finally caught up with, and ultimately surpassed, the old caricature entirely. It mirrors, in its own way, something worth holding on to as tonight's story finally turns toward its close. First impressions, even ones held confidently by serious people for a very long time, do not always survive contact with patient, careful evidence. The real shape of things, given enough time and enough careful attention, has a way of eventually finding its way to the surface. The same slow, patient way a body, given enough quiet and enough time, eventually finds its own way down into sleep. Among the more quietly remarkable Neanderthal discoveries involves a small, delicate horseshoe-shaped bone that sits in the throat of every human being, suspended by muscle and ligament rather than connected directly to any other bone in the body, called the hyoid, and playing an essential structural role in swallowing, breathing and, crucially, in the production of speech. In 1989, researchers excavating at Kebara Cave in present-day Israel recovered a remarkably well-preserved Neanderthal hyoid bone, only the second such discovery ever made, and by far the most complete, and when researchers compared its precise shape and dimensions against modern human hyoid bones, the similarity proved striking, close enough that several research teams have argued it represents genuine evidence that Neanderthals possessed the physical anatomical apparatus necessary to produce a wide range of complex speech sounds. This finding sits at the centre of an ongoing and genuinely fascinating scientific debate, because the capacity for speech involves considerably more than the shape of a single bone in the throat. Researchers have also studied the FOXP2 gene, a gene closely associated with language and speech capability in modern humans, sometimes described, with appropriate caution about oversimplification, as relevant to the neurological wiring underlying complex vocal communication, and found that Neanderthals carried a version of this gene very similar to the modern human version, differing in only a small number of positions from the variant found in present-day people. Researchers studying Neanderthal inner ear structure, which plays an important role in hearing the particular frequency ranges most relevant to spoken language, have likewise found similarities to modern human anatomy, considerably closer than to the hearing range typical of other primates, adding yet another independent line of physical evidence pointing toward a population capable of producing, and clearly hearing, something resembling structured spoken communication. None of this proves with absolute certainty that Neanderthals possessed language in the full, rich, grammatically complex sense modern humans use the word, a question that remains genuinely open and likely to remain open for some time, given how difficult it is to reconstruct cognitive capacity from physical remains alone. But the accumulating physical evidence, the hyoid bone, the FOXP2 gene, the inner ear structure, consistently points away from the old caricature of a population limited to simple grunts and gestures, and towards something considerably more sophisticated, a population very possibly capable of the same rich, structured vocal communication that defines so much of ordinary modern human life. This detail matters for how we understand the meetings discussed earlier in tonight's story. The intimate, repeated contact between Neanderthal and modern human populations that eventually produced the genetic inheritance this entire night has been tracing. A population capable of speech, capable of naming things, capable of explaining a hunting technique or warning of a danger, or simply telling a story around a fire late into a cold evening, is a population capable of the kind of sustained, meaningful contact that genuine kinship, rather than mere passing proximity, actually requires. It becomes easier, holding this detail gently in mind, to imagine those ancient meetings as something closer to the quiet, ordinary intimacy of two related families learning to live near one another, exchanging words as well as fire, rather than as some wordless, purely biological accident occurring between creatures incapable of genuine communication. The genetic inheritance discussed throughout tonight's entire story may well have been accompanied, in at least some of these ancient encounters, by something considerably warmer: shared language, shared stories, shared names for the same stars these two populations would have watched together, rising over the same cold valleys on the same dark, ordinary nights. It helps, sometimes, nearing the close of a story spanning this much time, to find some way of making the scale of it feel real rather than abstract, because numbers like 400,000 years or 60,000 years tend to slide past human comprehension without actually landing anywhere, too large to be felt the way a single lifetime can be felt. So picture gently the entire span of time since modern humans and Neanderthals last shared a common ancestor, compressed into a single calendar year, January through December, the whole vast stretch of roughly 600,000 years folded down into 365 ordinary days. On this compressed calendar, the split between the lineage that would become Neanderthals and the lineage that would become modern humans happens somewhere in early January, two populations beginning their long, separate journeys across an entire year's worth of accumulated change, adapting independently to entirely different landscapes, entirely different climates, entirely different pressures. Neanderthal populations spend the overwhelming majority of that year, month after month after month, slowly shaping themselves around the cold, demanding, seasonally extreme landscape of Ice Age Europe, developing the compact cold-adapted body, the large light-tracking eyes, the careful relationship with scarce winter daylight that has occupied so much of tonight's story. Modern humans, on their own separate branch of this same compressed year, spend most of those same months developing within Africa under entirely different selective pressures, shaped by an entirely different relationship with light, climate, and landscape. The two populations do not meet again on this calendar until sometime in the final 2 weeks of December, an almost unbearably late date relative to the entire preceding year, the brief window of interbreeding discussed throughout tonight's story occurring in just the last several days before the calendar runs out entirely. Neanderthals, as a distinct population, vanish from the fossil record sometime around December the 28th or 29th on this same compressed timeline, mere days in this scaled-down version of events before the year finally closes. And everything else discussed across this entire story, the genetic studies, the discovery of the first bones in 1856, the sequencing of the Neanderthal genome in 2010, the chronotype study published in December of 2023, the very conversation you have been listening to tonight, occurs in the final few seconds before midnight on December 31st, an almost imperceptibly small sliver of time relative to the entire year that preceded it. Held at this scale, the inheritance discussed throughout tonight stops looking like ancient history in any ordinary sense of that phrase, and starts looking like something considerably more recent and more immediate, a contact that occurred, relatively speaking, only moments ago, a connection close enough that calling it family, in the warmest and most literal sense that word can carry, feels not like a stretch of language, but like the most accurate available description. This is, in the end, perhaps the simplest way to hold everything walked through across this long night, not as a story about something impossibly distant and academic, locked away in museum cases and scientific journals, but as a story about closeness, about a meeting that happened, on the true scale of deep time only an instant ago, leaving behind an inheritance still actively, quietly, faithfully at work in the very body now settling, breath by breath, towards sleep. Having spent this entire night tracing the deep ancestry of the body clock, it feels worth closing this particular thread with something a little more practical, offered gently and without any urgency, since nothing about tonight requires action of any kind right now. But for whatever it might be worth to you on some ordinary evening still to come, sleep researchers studying chronotype consistently arrive at a few simple, well-supported observations worth knowing. Light exposure, more than any other single factor researchers have studied, remains the most powerful lever available for working with, rather than against, whatever particular circadian tendency a person happens to have inherited. Bright light in the first hour or two after waking helps anchor the entire system, regardless of whether a person's natural lean is toward early rising or late, while dim, warm light in the hours before bed allows the same system to wind down the way it evolved, across hundreds of thousands of years, to expect, Consistency matters more than most people initially expect. A circadian system, ancient and patient as it is, responds far better to a steady, predictable rhythm, even an imperfect one, than to a schedule that swings widely between weekdays and weekends, the kind of swing researchers sometimes describe, with a deliberate nod to its resemblance to crossing time zones, as social jet lag, a mismatch between a person's biological schedule and their social schedule that can leave even a consistent sleeper feeling perpetually slightly out of step. For anyone who has spent years feeling vaguely at odds with their own particular relationship to mornings or evenings, there is something worth holding on to from everything discussed tonight. That relationship is not a flaw, not a failure of discipline, not evidence of anything wrong. It is, for a great many people, partly an inheritance, shaped across hundreds of thousands of years by ancestors solving an entirely different problem than the one any modern schedule actually presents. Working gently with that inheritance rather than treating it as something to be fought and overcome through sheer willpower, tends, according to the research, to produce far better and far more sustainable results. None of this needs to be remembered in any detail past tonight. It is simply worth knowing, somewhere in the back of your mind, that the particular shape of your own relationship with sleep carries a history considerably longer and considerably more interesting than any single bad night or any single difficult week could ever fully explain. You are working, every single night, with machinery considerably older than language, older than agriculture, older than every name your family has ever carried, and that machinery, whatever its particular quirks, has never once failed to eventually, reliably bring you here, to exactly this quiet moment, to exactly this point of drifting. Let the story close, the way it opened, inside a single imagined scene, gently reconstructed from everything the evidence actually allows us to picture, rather than from anything invented for effect. Somewhere along the southern coast of what is now Spain, perhaps 41 or 42,000 years ago, in a cave overlooking a stretch of sea that would in time come to be called Gibraltar, a small group of people sit near a fire that has been kept alive, in some form, for longer than any of them can personally remember. They do not know, sitting here on this particular ordinary evening, that they belong to one of the very last communities of their kind anywhere on Earth, that the wider population they descend from has already thinned and scattered across most of its former range, that within a relatively short span of time, on the scale their own lives are lived at, no one quite like them will remain anywhere in the world. They simply know this fire, this particular stretch of coastline, this particular evening settling now into the soft blue hour before full dark. Somewhere to the north, across a continent neither they nor their immediate ancestors will ever personally cross, an expanding population of a different related kind of human continues moving, slowly, generation by generation, into territory their own people once held alone. Some of their distant relatives in earlier generations and other valleys have already met members of this other population, have already, in some cases, become kin to them, carrying forward children who belong, in the deepest biological sense, to both lineages at once. This particular group, here on this particular evening, may never personally know that wider story. Their own lives are smaller, more immediate, shaped by the practical demands of this one coastline, this one season, this one fire that needs tending before the cold fully settles in. And yet, somewhere out across the wider population their kind belongs to, woven invisibly into bodies they will never meet, in places they will never see, fragments of exactly what makes them who they are, the early waking, the careful relationship with scarce light, the quiet vigilance towards small pain, the immune defences built across hundreds of thousands of years of living in this part of the world are already moving forward into a future their own particular branch of the family will not personally witness. There is no need, in telling this part of the story, to dwell on loss in any way that disturbs the calm settling over you right now. What happened to this particular population, and to populations like them across Europe in the millennia that followed, was an ending, certainly the final closing of one specific, irreplaceable thread of human experience. But it was not, as we have spent so much of tonight establishing, a complete and total vanishing. Something continued. Something is still continuing tonight, in your own quiet room, in the particular rhythm of your own particular breath. The fire on that ancient coastline went out eventually, the way every fire eventually does. But fire, by its nature, is meant to be passed forward before it goes out entirely, ember to ember, hearth to hearth, generation to generation, and in its own slow, biological, entirely unintentional way. That is precisely what happened here. Not every fire that goes out is simply lost. Some of them, carried forward in forms their original keepers could never have imagined, are still, quietly, somewhere, burning. One more small sensory inheritance is worth gathering up before tonight's story finally rests, because it touches a part of daily experience almost everyone has brushed against without ever knowing its origin. The particular, sometimes startling bitterness some people taste in certain vegetables, particularly within the cabbage and broccoli family, that other people barely notice at all. This variation traces back to a well-studied gene called TAS2R38, which shapes the structure of a specific bitter taste receptor on the tongue. People carrying one version of this gene experience compounds called glucosinolates, naturally present in cruciferous vegetables, as intensely, sometimes unpleasantly bitter, earning them the informal research label of supertasters, while people carrying the alternate version barely register the same bitterness at all, finding the very same vegetable mild or even pleasant. Researchers comparing this gene across ancient and modern genomes found that the specific bitter-sensing version of TAS2R38, carried by a meaningful share of present-day people, traces back, in at least some populations, to Neanderthal ancestry, the variant having survived the same long filtering process discussed throughout this entire story, neither harmful enough to be removed, nor so universally useful that it spread to fixation across the entire species. The original evolutionary value of heightened bitterness perception is reasonably intuitive once you consider it. Many naturally occurring bitter compounds in plants serve, across the wider history of life, as a chemical defense mechanism, often correlating with toxicity. A nervous system quick to register bitterness as genuinely unpleasant offers a useful, fast, instinctive form of protection against accidentally consuming something harmful, particularly valuable to a population gathering wild, unfamiliar plant material across an enormous range of terrain without the luxury of laboratory testing or written records to rely on instead. It is a small inheritance, easy to overlook entirely, the kind of thing most people simply attribute to personal preference rather than deep ancestry, and yet it sits alongside everything else discussed tonight as one more quiet thread connecting an ordinary modern moment, a forkful of broccoli at dinner, a sudden unexpected bitterness, to a population that lived and tasted and ate its own careful, attentive way through a genuinely demanding world, tens of thousands of years before anyone currently alive ever sat down to a single meal. Taste, like sleep, like pain, like the particular tilt of a mood on a grey afternoon, turns out to be one more quiet inheritance, mostly invisible, rarely questioned, simply present, doing its small specific work in the background of an ordinary life, the way so much of what makes any person who they are quietly, faithfully continues operating without ever once asking to be noticed. It is worth closing the more scientific portion of tonight's story with an honest acknowledgement of just how much remains genuinely unknown, not as a disappointing footnote, but as a quietly hopeful one, because the unfinished nature of this research means the story is still, actively, being written, somewhere out there, by researchers who have not yet gone to sleep tonight. Geneticists studying archaic human ancestry continue to refine the available reference genomes, with new Neanderthal and Denisovan remains, recovered from new sites across Europe and Asia, gradually expanding the comparative dataset researchers have to work with. Each new genome adds resolution to the overall picture, sometimes confirming earlier findings, sometimes revealing unexpected new variation that earlier, smaller samples simply could not detect. Researchers are also actively working to expand the population studied in connection with traits like circadian rhythm, immune function, and since so much of the large-scale data discussed throughout tonight's story draws disproportionately from European ancestry participants in databases like the UK Biobank, simply reflecting which populations happen to be most thoroughly studied first. Expanding this same careful research into more genetically diverse global populations remains an active and important priority across the field, one likely to reveal additional nuance and quite possibly additional surviving Neanderthal and Denisovan variants, not yet identified at all. There is also the question of what other traits, not yet connected to ancient ancestry at all, might eventually be traced back through this same careful comparative process. The specific examples discussed throughout tonight: circadian rhythm, pain threshold, immune function, skin and hair structure, mood, blood clotting, taste perception, altitude tolerance, nasal and airway structure, represent only the discovery solid enough and well studied enough to discuss with real confidence as of this particular moment. Researchers working in this field widely expect additional connections to continue emerging as data sets grow larger and analytical methods continue improving, each new discovery adding one more small thread to an already remarkably rich tapestry of inheritance. There is something fitting and quietly comforting in ending tonight's story on this particular note of openness rather than false completeness. The Neanderthals themselves left behind no written record, no first-person account of their own experience, nothing beyond bone, stone, ash, and now, slowly, patiently, the genetic fragments scattered through billions of their living descendants. Reconstructing their story has required, and will continue to require, the same kind of patient, careful, incremental work this entire night has tried to honour. Small pieces of evidence, gathered slowly, assembled carefully, building fragment by fragment toward a picture that grows a little clearer with each passing year, the way the sky outside any window grows a little lighter with each passing minute of an approaching dawn, never arriving all at once, simply, steadily, becoming more visible. There is a particular kind of weight people sometimes associate with the word inheritance, an idea that to inherit something is to be burdened by it, obligated to it, defined by it, in some way that limits rather than simply describes. It feels worth gently setting that particular framing aside before tonight's story closes, because almost nothing discussed across this entire night actually works that way. You did not choose the particular combination of ancient variants sitting somewhere in your own genome, any more than you chose your eye colour, your height, or the particular shape of your hands. None of it was earned, and none of it needs to be lived up to. It simply arrived, the way all genetic inheritance arrives, through a long unbroken chain of ordinary people having ordinary children, stretching back further than any single family history could ever hope to document in full. And yet, sitting with it gently, there is something quietly meaningful in knowing the shape of where at least some small part of your own particular experience of the world actually comes from. The ease or difficulty of your mornings, the particular sensitivity of your skin to a long afternoon outdoors, the way certain small physical discomforts register a little more sharply than they might for someone else. None of these need to be reasons for pride or apology. They are simply, quietly, part of the long, strange, genuinely beautiful story of how you came to be exactly the particular person currently lying here, listening to exactly this particular story at exactly this particular hour. There is a kind of permission available in understanding inheritance this way, as description rather than obligation. Permission to be a little gentler with whatever particular relationship you happen to have with your own sleep, your own mornings, your own quiet daily rhythms. Permission to recognize that some of what feels, in an ordinary moment of frustration, like a personal failing or a stubborn bad habit, may actually be something considerably older, considerably more patient, and considerably less within your immediate conscious control than it sometimes feels. None of this is offered as an excuse to stop caring for yourself, to abandon the gentle, practical adjustments discussed earlier in tonight's story, the steady light exposure, the consistent rhythm, the small kindnesses any person can extend toward their own particular body and its own particular needs. It is offered instead as context, the way knowing a friend's difficult history might soften your patience with a particular quirk of theirs, without excusing you from the ordinary gentle work of being a good and caring presence in their life regardless. You're allowed to be patient with your own body tonight, the way you might be patient with an old, dear friend who has carried something heavy and ancient and entirely unchosen for far longer than either of you can properly trace. If you were to step outside right now into whatever night happens to be wrapped around the place you are resting and look up, the sky above you would not be quite the same sky a Neanderthal once watched from the mouth of a cave in Ice Age Europe, though it would be closer than you might expect. Most of the stars visible tonight were already burning then, their light simply taking different paths across a sky that has shifted only slightly across 40,000 years. The constellations themselves stretched and reshaped almost imperceptibly by the slow, ongoing drift of stars relative to one another across deep time. The moon overhead tonight is the same moon that rose, again and again across every single one of those ancient nights, pulling the same tides, marking the same long, patient months, watched by every single ancestor in this entire story, Neanderthal and modern human alike, from every cave and shelter and open hillside this story has touched. It rose over that limestone overhang in the Dordogne. It rose over the coastline near Gibraltar on the last watch this story imagined. It is rising somewhere on this turning planet right now, exactly as it always has. There is something quietly grounding in this kind of continuity, easy to overlook in the rush of an ordinary day, but available, gently, at an hour like this one, when the mind has slowed enough to actually notice it. So much changes, across the kind of timescale this story has spent all night moving through. Populations rise and vanish, climates shift entirely, languages are born and forgotten, entire ways of life, entire technologies, entire understandings of the world come into being and pass away, again and again, across hundreds of thousands of years. And underneath all of that change, certain things simply continue. The moon continues rising, the sun continues its same long, patient arc across the sky, faster in summer, slower in winter, exactly as it always has. And the small, ancient, patient biological clock inside every human body, including yours, continues doing precisely what it has always done, reading the available light, tracking the turning of the day, gently, faithfully, nudging the body it lives inside toward whatever rhythm of waking and resting that body's own particular inheritance happens to favour. You are part of that continuity tonight, whether or not you ever think about it in these terms again after this story ends. Your breath, slowing now, your body, settling. The same essential process, repeated tonight exactly as it has been repeated by every single body in this entire long story, stretching back through every population, every cave, every fire, every quiet, ordinary evening. This night has asked you to imagine. There is one final turn worth taking in this story before it finally rests, and it involves not where this inheritance came from, but where, for some people listening tonight, it might continue going. If you carry children of your own, or one day will, the particular genetic fragments discussed throughout this entire night, whichever combination happens to sit inside your own genome, do not necessarily end with you. Each child inherits a random half of each parent's genetic material, a reshuffling that happens fresh with every single new life, meaning any particular Neanderthal-derived variant you happen to carry has, roughly, an even chance of being passed forward into each child you have, and a corresponding chance of not being passed forward at all, the same essentially random process that has been quietly distributing and redistributing this exact same ancient inheritance for 2,000 generations since the original interbreeding first occurred. This means the story discussed throughout tonight is not simply a story about the deep past, something locked away behind you, finished and complete. It is, for many people, an ongoing, continuing story, one your own particular body is still, quietly, in the process of carrying forward the same way every single ancestor in this entire chain, stretching back through every cave and hearth and cold Ice Age morning this story has imagined, once carried it forward themselves, without fanfare, without ceremony, simply through the ordinary continuing fact of family. There is something worth sitting with gently in this, a final small reminder that nothing discussed across this entire night is actually finished. The Neanderthal population itself ended as a distinct separate lineage somewhere around 40,000 years ago, but the information they carried, the hard-won biological solutions to a genuinely difficult world, continues moving forward, generation after generation, carried by people who will likely never read a single page of research about where it came from, simply living their ordinary lives, having their ordinary children, continuing without ever needing to know it, an inheritance that began on a cold continent under a different arrangement of stars. Wherever your own particular thread of this story happens to lead from here, whether forward into children of your own or simply forward through the remaining years of your own single life, it carries, tonight, exactly the same quiet, patient, ancient machinery. This entire story has spent so long describing, doing exactly what it has always done, asking nothing of you right now except permission to finally, gently, let go. If tonight's story has wandered across these many chapters, through cold valleys and ancient caves, through statistics and laboratories and the particular grammar of genetics, it has, underneath all of that wandering, only ever really been trying to say one single thing, returned to again and again from slightly different angles. You are older than you usually let yourself feel. Not old in the tired, weary sense that word sometimes carries. Old in the deep, structural, biological sense, built from parts assembled across an almost unimaginable span of time, shaped by populations and pressures and landscapes that no longer exist anywhere except in the quiet, patient evidence of stone, bone, and now, finally, genetic code. The particular ease of your mornings, the particular quality of your sleep, the particular way your body is always related to light and dark. All of it carries, somewhere inside it, echoes of choices your body made, in the most basic evolutionary sense of that word, long before any name you've ever answered to existed. This is true whether or not you carry any specific Neanderthal-derived variant discussed throughout tonight's story. Every single person, regardless of ancestry, carries a body shaped by hundreds of thousands of years of accumulated evolutionary history, problems solved and resolved, generation after generation, by ancestors none of us will ever know by name. The Neanderthal thread happened to be the particular thread this story chose to follow tonight, because it offers an unusually clear, unusually well-documented window into how deep, how old, and how surprisingly traceable this kind of inheritance actually is. But the underlying truth it points toward extends to every single body currently somewhere on this turning planet, settling, in its own particular way, toward its own particular rest. You inherited this body. You did not build it from scratch, did not choose its particular quirks, did not earn its particular strengths or particular sensitivities. It arrived, the way everything in this story has arrived, through an unbroken chain of ordinary lives lived one after another, across a span of time too long for any single mind to properly hold all at once. And tonight, at the close of this particular telling of that particular story, all that ancient, patient, inherited machinery is asking only one small, ordinary thing of you: rest. Let it have that. You have given it your attention for a long while now, walked patiently through cold valleys and ancient genomes and careful statistics, held space for a great deal of deep time inside what is, after all, only one single, ordinary night. That is more than enough. The rest from here is simply a matter of letting go. It is worth saying, clearly and one final time before tonight's story closes, that everything discussed across this long night describes tendencies measured across enormous populations, not predictions about any single specific person, including you. Genetics of this kind works in probabilities, accumulated gently across hundreds of thousands of individuals, never in certainties applied neatly to any one particular life. Two siblings raised in the same household, eating the same meals, sleeping under the same roof, can carry meaningfully different combinations of inherited circadian variants, simply because each child receives a different, independently shuffled half of each parent's genetic material. One sibling might wake easily before dawn for their entire life. Another might struggle with early mornings well into adulthood. Both inheritances are equally real, equally valid, equally theirs, simply drawn from a different particular combination of the same deep ancestral deck of cards. This randomness, this endless reshuffling, is part of what has allowed the inheritance discussed throughout tonight to persist so broadly and so unevenly across the modern human population. No two people, except identical twins, carry quite the same assortment of ancient variants, which means no two people experience quite the same particular relationship with sleep, with pain, with mood, with any of the many threads this story has followed tonight. Your own particular combination is, in this very specific genetic sense, entirely unique to you, drawn from the same deep well as billions of other people, yet arranged, in your own particular body, in a way that has never existed in quite that combination before and will never exist in quite that combination again. There is something quietly moving in, holding both of these truths together at once. The way this entire story has tried to hold them together from its very first chapter. You are deeply, traceably connected to an enormous shared human history, stretching back through populations and migrations and ancient meetings spanning hundreds of thousands of years. And you are, within that vast shared inheritance, entirely your own particular, unrepeatable arrangement of it, a configuration that exists in this exact form only in you. Both things are true at once, the way they are true of every single person who has ever lived and every single person who ever will. Connection and individuality, inheritance and uniqueness sitting together, comfortably, inside the same quiet, ordinary, currently very tired body. There is nothing left to resolve about that tension tonight. It simply is what being a person, biologically, has always meant, for every population this story has touched, stretching all the way back to the very first cold dawn this story began with. There is one further piece of evidence worth including before tonight's story closes, because it offers some of the most direct physical confirmation available for the timeline this entire night has been built around. In 2008, a thigh bone was recovered from the bank of the Irtysh River near the settlement of Ust-Ishim in western Siberia, and when researchers eventually sequenced the genome of the individual it belonged to, they found something remarkable. A complete, well-preserved modern human genome, dating to approximately 45,000 years ago, making it, at the time of its analysis, among the oldest modern human genomes ever successfully sequenced. What made the Ust-Ishim genome particularly valuable for the specific story discussed throughout tonight was the length of the Neanderthal-derived segments it carried. As discussed earlier, longer, less fragmented stretches of inherited ancient DNA indicate a more recent admixture event, because each subsequent generation of reproduction breaks inherited chromosomal segments into progressively shorter pieces through ordinary genetic recombination. Researchers studying the Ust-Ishim individual's genome were able to calculate, with unusual precision for this kind of analysis, that the Neanderthal interbreeding contributing to this particular person's ancestry had likely occurred somewhere between 7,000 and 13,000 years before this individual's own lifetime, placing the relevant ancient meetings at somewhere around 52,000 to 58,000 years ago. This finding mattered enormously for narrowing down the broader timeline discussed throughout this entire story, helping confirm that the primary wave of interbreeding between Neanderthals and the modern human populations expanding into Eurasia occurred within a relatively narrow, well-defined window, rather than being spread loosely and vaguely across a much longer, less certain span of time. It offered, in effect, a kind of genetic timestamp, recovered from a single ancient thigh bone on a Siberian riverbank, confirming and sharpening conclusions that had previously rested on somewhat less precise statistical estimates. There is something fitting in closing this particular scientific thread of tonight's story with this image. A single bone, washed up along a river thousands of miles from where the actual interbreeding it carries evidence of ever took place, recovered by chance, studied with extraordinary patience and care, ultimately helping pin down, with remarkable precision, the timing of an ancient meeting between two populations of humans who could never have imagined their encounter would still be traceable in this kind of exact detail by their distant descendants tens of thousands of years later. Every piece of evidence discussed across this entire night, the bones, the cave sediment, the genomes recovered from teeth and fragments and riverbanks, the careful statistical comparisons against modern volunteers, all of it works together the same way. Small individual pieces of patient evidence, gathered slowly across decades of careful scientific work, gradually assembling into a picture clear enough to tell the story this entire night has been telling. A story about an ancient meeting, an inheritance quietly carried forward, and a clock still running, somewhere behind your own closed eyes, right now. As tonight's story finally turns toward its true close, it feels right to say plainly what kind of knowledge this entire night has actually offered, because being honest about that helps you hold it the right way as you finally let go of it for the night. This was never a diagnosis. It was never a verdict. It was never even, in the strictest sense, advice about anything you need to change. It was simply a long, careful, patient unfolding of where one particular ordinary, easily overlooked part of your own biology actually came from, traced as far back as current science is honestly able to trace it, offered the way a quiet, knowledgeable friend might offer it. Across a long evening without urgency, without any expectation that you remember the specific names of genes or studies, or ancient cave sites by morning. If only one single thing survives from tonight's story into tomorrow, let it be this. Your body is older, stranger, and more deeply connected to a vast shared human history than ordinary daily life usually allows you to feel. The particular rhythm of your own sleep, whatever shape it happens to take, carries inside it a thread reaching back through tens of thousands of years, through populations and migrations and ancient, intimate meetings between different kinds of humans who somehow, against considerable odds, found enough in common to become, briefly and then permanently, family. That thread is still here. It was here before this story began tonight, working quietly in the background regardless of whether you ever went looking for it, and it will continue working long after you have forgotten every specific detail this night has offered. You do not need to hold on to any of it consciously for it to keep doing its quiet, ancient, patient work. All that is left now is the simplest part of the whole evening, the part your body has been quietly preparing for the entire time you have been listening. Let go. Let the breath slow further. Let the weight of the day finally, fully settle. Let the same ancient machinery that has carried every single person in this entire long story towards sleep, every single night, for longer than memory itself extends, carry you there too. It feels worth returning, one more time before tonight's story finally rests, to the wider migration that made everything discussed across this entire evening possible in the first place, because the scale of that journey deserves its own quiet moment of appreciation. The movement of modern human populations out of Africa, beginning in earnest somewhere around 60,000 years ago and continuing in successive waves across tens of thousands of subsequent years, ranks among the most remarkable journeys any population of any species has ever undertaken. These were not people travelling with maps, with any advanced knowledge of what lay ahead, with any certainty that the next valley, the next river crossing, the next stretch of unfamiliar coastline would offer enough to survive on. They moved the way populations of any species move when conditions push and pull them forward, generation by generation, family by family. Each new stretch of territory explored a little further than the last, not as a single planned expedition, but as the accumulated, patient drift of countless individual human lives, each one simply trying to find enough food, enough safety, enough shelter to raise the next generation. Across this long, patient, multi-generational movement, these populations encountered an extraordinary range of new environments, each one demanding its own adjustments, its own new knowledge, its own new relationship between body and landscape, desert crossings, mountain passages, coastal route finding that would eventually carry some populations, remarkably, all the way to Australia by boat or raft, tens of thousands of years before anything resembling formal navigation existed anywhere in the world. Frozen river crossings that would eventually carry other populations across the Bering Land Bridge into a completely unpopulated set of continents, beginning the long, separate story of the Americas. And scattered along this entire vast journey, at various points and in various places, these expanding populations encountered other humans already living there, Neanderthals across much of Europe and Western Asia, Denisovans across parts of Asia, and the Pacific, each encounter adding its own particular thread to the genetic inheritance, carried forward by the populations that continued onward from there. The story discussed throughout tonight, the circadian genes, the immune defences, the altitude tolerance, the skin and hair and taste and mood, represents the accumulated result of this entire vast journey, gathered piece by piece, encounter by encounter, across tens of thousands of years and an entire planet's worth of territory. There is something genuinely awe-inspiring in recognizing the scale of what your own ancestors actually accomplished, whoever and wherever they specifically were, simply by surviving long enough, adapting well enough, and moving far enough to eventually produce you, here, now, in this particular room, at this particular hour, carrying forward, however unknowingly, the accumulated inheritance of an entire species' worth of patient, persistent, genuinely remarkable migration across the full breadth of an enormous and varied world. We have come a very long way together tonight, further than most single nights of listening usually travel, and it feels right in these final few chapters to let the pace slow even further, to let the sentences themselves grow quieter, softer, less concerned with adding anything new and more concerned simply with helping you rest. We began in a cold cave in Ice Age Europe, watching a population of people shape their bodies, slowly and patiently, around a world of scarce winter light and demanding seasonal extremes. We followed them through hundreds of thousands of years of adaptation, through the particular shape their eyes took, the particular density of their bones, the particular way their nervous systems learned to notice small dangers a little earlier than they might otherwise have. We watched two populations meet, quietly and repeatedly, across thousands of years and an enormous stretch of geography, leaving behind children who carried fragments of both lineages forward into everything that followed. We traced those fragments through circadian genes and immune defenses, through pain thresholds and skin and taste and mood, through the particular shape of a nose built to warm cold air and the particular architecture of an airway that may, in its own way, still be settling into its modern form. We met the Denisovans too, their own quiet inheritance still carried today by people breathing easily in air too thin for almost anyone else, and we walked gently through the careful, patient science that has made it possible to know any of this at all. Decades of laboratory work, careful comparison, enormous data sets, all of it converging toward the same simple, quiet conclusion. You are older, more connected, and more deeply inherited than any ordinary day usually allows you to feel. And now, having walked through all of that together, there is nothing left to do but rest. The science is done being explained. The history is done being told. What remains is simply you, here, now, in whatever room you happen to be resting in, carrying forward, quietly and without any effort required on your part, the same ancient, patient inheritance every single person in this story has carried forward before you. Let your whole body soften now, completely, the way it has been gradually softening this entire night. There is nothing left to listen for. There is nothing left to follow. The story is finished. The rest, from here, belongs entirely to you, and to the same old patient clock that has always known, far better than any of us, exactly what to do next. There is a way of thinking about your own body, lying here right now, that this entire story has been quietly building toward, and it feels worth holding gently in these final moments before everything else falls away. Every part of you currently settling towards sleep. Your breath, your heartbeat, the particular dimness your eyes register even through closed lids, the particular ease or difficulty with which your own thoughts are slowing down, is the product of an almost incomprehensibly long, patient process of trial and adjustment, repeated across hundreds of thousands of generations, by ancestors whose names, whose faces, whose individual stories are entirely lost to time. Somewhere inside that immense process sits the particular thread this story chose to follow. Tonight, the cold valleys of Ice Age Europe, the population that learned to wake early and watch the light closely, the intimate ancient meetings that carried fragments of that learning forward into an entirely different population, the long, careful filtering of tens of thousands of years that decided which fragments would stay and which would quietly disappear. What stayed, for a great many people listening tonight, sits quietly active in you right now, doing exactly what it has always done, asking nothing more complicated of you than permission to keep doing it. The clock does not need your attention to keep running. It has been running faithfully every single night of your entire life, whether or not you ever once thought to wonder where it came from. Tonight, you wondered. And now, having wondered, you can let it go. The way you let go of any question once it has been answered as fully as it needs to be for the moment, trusting the rest to settle quietly into the background of your mind, the way most of what you know about your own body settles quietly into the background of ordinary daily life. Let your shoulders release whatever they have been holding. Let your hands rest, open or closed, wherever they happen to have settled. Let your breath continue its own slow, unhurried work, exactly the way it has continued that work every single night of your life, exactly the way it continued that work in every single body this story has imagined tonight, stretching back across hundreds of thousands of years to a cave above a river valley in a world that no longer exists, watched over by a sky that, in its essential shape, still does. Picture, one final time, the fire from the very first scene this story imagined, the one tended carefully through a long, cold night by hands that have been gone for tens of thousands of years. By this hour of the night, in that ancient cave, the fire would have burned down to its quietest stage, no longer a bright, active flame, but a low, steady bed of embers, glowing faintly orange beneath a thin layer of ash, giving off just enough warmth to last until morning without needing anyone to tend it further. There is something fitting in that image as your own story tonight reaches its own quiet ember stage. Nothing dramatic left to happen, no more wood to add, just a low, steady warmth, banked carefully, sustaining itself gently through whatever remains of the night, asking nothing further of the people resting nearby except permission to keep glowing quietly until the light returns on its own. Your own body right now is doing something very similar. The active part of the evening, the listening, the following, the gentle work of taking in a long, unhurried story is finished now. What remains is simply this low, steady settling, your own particular ember stage requiring nothing further from you except the willingness to let it continue, undisturbed, until whatever morning eventually arrives. Let it continue now. Let the last of tonight's story fade quietly into the background, the way the details of any good story eventually do, leaving behind only a general warmth, a general sense of having been somewhere ancient and somewhere close to home at the very same time, somewhere that turned out, in the end, not to be so very different from the room you are resting in right now. Thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel, as it really helps us continue making more content. Anyways, see you in the next one. And now, as the story itself comes to rest, let everything else come to rest along with it. There is nothing more to learn tonight, nothing more to follow, nothing more to hold. The work of the evening is done. All that remains is the slow, quiet descent the rest of you has been waiting for since long before this story began. Let your breathing slow, gently, without effort, the way it always does at this hour when you finally stop asking anything of it. In, slowly, out, slower still. The air moving through the same patient airway your ancestors carried, in one form or another, across hundreds of thousands of years of cold mornings and long, dark, quiet nights. Let the weight of your body settle fully now into whatever is holding it. Feel how little you actually need to do, how completely the bed, the pillow, the quiet around you is already doing the work of holding you. There is nowhere to go. There is nothing to manage. There is only this slow, warm, settling stillness, spreading gently outward from your chest into your shoulders, down your arms, into your hands, releasing one quiet degree at a time. Somewhere behind your closed eyes, the ancient clock continues its quiet work, reading the darkness, recognizing the hour, gently guiding your whole body toward the rest it has always known how to find. You do not need to help it. You do not need to understand it. You only need to let it carry you the way it has carried every person who ever lived, every single night, for longer than memory itself extends. Let the cold valleys fade now. Let the ancient fires settle into their embers. Let the long migration, the careful science, the scattered fragments of inheritance all dissolve quietly into the background, leaving behind only warmth, only stillness, only the slow, steady rhythm of your own breath. You are exactly where you need to be. You're doing exactly what your body has always known how to do. There is nothing left now but to drift, gently, completely, into sleep. Rest well. The clock will keep its watch the way it always has. If you like this video, let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is. I'm always curious about that. And if you have a suggested topic, feel free to leave it in the comments. And here is tonight's question. If any part of you is still awake enough to hold it gently, do you consider yourself a natural early riser or a night owl? And after hearing all of this, do you wonder which of your ancestors you have to thank or to blame for it?